Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats, sit down, and let's get started. Again, welcome. Delegates and participants from civil society, indigenous peoples, women and youth groups, governments, partner organizations, welcome to the Civil Society Forum of the 8th GEF Assembly. Let me first, on behalf of the Global Environment Facility and the co-organizer of this forum, thank the government of Uzbekistan for hosting the 8th GEF Assembly and this forum in the beautiful and historical city of Samarkand. My name is Gabriella Richardson-Tam, and I will be your master of ceremonies throughout this forum today. I lead the GEF Small Grants Program and work at the GEF Secretariat with civil society engagement. I'm very pleased to be part of this forum and to guide you through today's agenda. Before we begin, again, a brief reminder that interpretation is available in English, French, and Spanish. If you need it, please get your headsets that are in the back. We are gathered here at the onset of GEF 9 at an important time, a moment for our planet and for global cooperation. Around the world, communities are facing interconnected economic and social challenges exacerbated by biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation, pollution, and pressures on the ecosystem. At the same time, civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities continue to demonstrate innovation, resilience, and leadership. Environmental solutions cannot rest on any single sector or actor alone. It requires a whole-of-society approach where governments, civil society, and the private sector work together in partnership. The scale of the challenges we face must be matched by the scale of our collective response. This Civil Society Forum is an opportunity to exchange ideas, elevate civil society and community voices, strengthen partnerships, and contribute to the broader discussions of the GEF Assembly, including recommendations for the GEF 9 programming. For millennia, Samarkand has stood at the crossroad of cultures, ideas, and peoples, where people met and connected across regions and continents. Looking around this room today at civil society leaders, indigenous peoples, and local communities, women and youth constituencies and organizations, alongside representatives of governments and other GEF partners, I cannot think of a more fitting and symbolic place to hold this civil society forum. It is now my honor to invite Claude Gaston, the interim CEO of the Global Environmental Facility and chairman of the Global Environment Facility, to officially open this civil society forum. Over to you, Claude. Please.
His Excellency, friends, delegates, and colleagues. On behalf of the GEF Partnership, and I believe everyone here today, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting this 8th GEF Assembly in the beautiful and historic city of Samarkand. Although the assembly has not even officially started, I can guarantee you this will be the best assembly of all the GEF history. I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Aziz Abdukakimov, Advisor to the President of Uzbekistan on Environmental Matters, with whom I have the honor of sharing this opening. And of course, my deepest thanks to all of you for being here, having made the travel from all over the world. We're still recuperating, but we're going to be plowing ahead very strongly, and thanks for coming. Today I have one clear message for all of you. Let there be no doubt, civil society is at the heart of the fight for our planet's future. The leadership and lived experience of women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities are essential to halting environmental degradation and achieving sustainable development. At the GEF, we believe that locally designed and locally led and locally owned action provides the bottom-up solutions needed to restore and protect the environment. I've said this before. I'm convinced that our planet, our very future, will not be saved in conference rooms alone. It will be saved by communities, farmers, fishers, indigenous people who live alongside nature every day and who deserve the resources to support their protection of it. As many of you involved in GEF projects and programs know, the GEF Partnership is continuously working to strengthen and broaden its engagement with civil society, especially indigenous peoples, local communities, women, youth, and people living in vulnerable circumstances. The whole of society approach was central to the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations, which reaffirmed the fundamental contributions of civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth to the GEF's mandate and across the full Sustainable Development Agenda. The Council approved the 20% aspirational targets for IPLCs across the GEF family of funds. This is a fantastic result that we have achieved collectively. Together with the dedicated finance of the Small Grants Program, the Fonseca Leadership Program, the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, these commitments reflect our determination to advance much more strongly with civil society. We recognize that civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth must be engaged as partners in the delivery, governance, and stewardship. I'm excited about the prospect that this forum will spark discussions and ideas around proposals and suggestions on new ways for all the different stakeholders and right holders and constituencies to engage with the GEF Partnership. The learning, networking, discussions, and suggestions generated throughout this assembly and starting today will be extremely valuable as the GEF Partnership works to operationalize the GEF whole of society ambitions and targets. This effort will continue throughout GEF 9 and beyond. You can expect more conversations and forums like this today, spaces we value deeply and from which we can learn a tremendous amount. In closing, I would like to extend my appreciation to the GEF CEO Network, IPAG, women and youth groups that have co-organized this forum together with the GEF Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claude Gascon, for this inspiring opening remarks and for so nicely setting the scene for this forum. We know further delay. Now it's my privilege to welcome Honorable Aziz Abdukimov, Uzbekistan's advisor to the President on Environmental Matters, to provide his welcoming remarks for this forum. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. And I can say as a Minister of Environment, sorry, now it's Chairman of National Committee, that today we meet the best friends, partners, and protectors of nature. Because sometimes when governmental agencies failed, always NGOs, civil society, mass media comes and help us to play our role to protect nature. Once again, thank you very much, and I hope we always will continue our productive collaboration. On behalf of the Republic of Uzbekistan, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to Samarkand, a city of dialogue among civilizations, science, culture, and today an important platform for global environmental diplomacy. We are honored to host the Civil Society Organizations Forum within the framework of the 8th GEF Assembly. For Uzbekistan, this forum not just a side event, but an essential part of the global environmental progress. Today, the world faces interconnected environmental challenges, climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, water scarcity, pollution, and the growing impact of sand and dust storms. These challenges directly affect people's health, livelihoods, food security, rural resilience, employment and migration, and quality of life of our people. Civil society plays a vital role to identifying local challenges, raising awareness, and translating environmental commitments into practical action. Uzbekistan attaches great importance to strengthening partnership with the civil society, ensuring public access to environmental information. And I would like to share this very important information with you. This commitment is based on the Article 49 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uzbekistan. It says that every person has the right to live in a healthy environment and to receive reliable information about its condition. So we put it in our constitution. In March 2025, Uzbekistan acceded to the Aarhus Convention on the access to information, public participation in decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters, further reinforcing the legal basis for openness, transparency, and public engagement. This demonstrates Uzbekistan's commitment to transforming civil society from the observers into the active partner in environmental governance, public monitoring, and community-level actions. At the same time, we recognize that financing should become more predictable, more accessible, and better connected to long-term environmental priorities. Across Central Asia, civil society networks are becoming important platforms for environmental cooperation and public participation. At the same time, environmental NGOs need stronger institutional capacity, better access to data, and finance, and greater involvement in decision-making processes. Therefore, Uzbekistan believes that GEF 8 and the broader GEF partnership can help strengthen the civil society architecture of Central Asia through capacity building, small grants, direct financing windows, regional learning platforms, and stronger participation of youth and women-led organizations. We see this not as an additional component, but as a condition for stronger, more transparent, and locally owned environmental results. In this regard, we believe that the role of NGOs should be strengthened through practical cooperation mechanisms. First, NGOs should be more actively involved in environmental research and monitoring through partnership between universities, civil society, and government institutions. Second, we support the development of citizen-based environmental monitoring platforms, enabling NGOs and local communities to contribute environmental data and support decision-making processes. Third, it is important to expand micro-grant programs for local initiatives in ecosystems restoration, afforestation, waste management, and water conservation. Fourth, we see value in establishing a regional network of environmental NGOs in Central Asia to facilitate knowledge exchange and implementation of joint transboundary projects. Finally, we encourage stronger partnership between NGOs, the private sector, and international organizations to mobilize additional resources for environmental and climate actions. We believe these initiatives will strengthen the contribution of civil society to achieving both national and global environmental goals. Distinguished participants, in Uzbekistan, civil society plays an important role in climate action, biodiversity conservation, combating land degradation, and promoting environmental awareness. It helps mobilize communities, support local adaptation efforts, and advance environmental protection across shared regional ecosystems. GEF 9 provides an opportunity to strengthen the role of civil society in protect, design, implementation, and monitoring. Uzbekistan remains open to cooperation and supports initiatives that advance environmental protection, sustainable development, and community well-being. I thank the GEF Secretariat and the GEF CSO network, international partners, and all participants for their commitment and readiness to open dialogue. I wish the forum fruitful work, meaningful discussions, and concrete results. Once again, welcome to Samarkand. And I see a lot of our partners from Uzbekistan, and I hope today you will find a good platform to discuss how civil society can support state bodies like our national community, how we can work together, because we are on one side and we always ready to work with you. Thank you very much again. Katta rahmat.
Thank you, Honorable Assis, for highlighting the important role and rights of civil society and highlighting also Uzbekistan's commitment to strengthen their opportunities and capacity here in Uzbekistan. So with that, thank you, Claude Gascon and Honorable Assis, for these opening remarks. With that, in recognition of the rich cultural heritage of Uzbekistan, we are honored to share a brief cultural performance reflecting this heritage and the traditions of local communities, which in many places in the world are closely linked to environmental stewardship. Please join me in welcoming the Sado ensemble. Sado means echo in Uzbek, I have learned. And so let's now them echo the rich tapestry of Uzbek folklore and tradition in this room. Over to you. Thank you. I think we give them one more applause as they leave, and thank you so much for sharing this moment with us. Thank you, thank you. And it's so great to see that the room is filling up, and I think it is the music that are luring people in. It was all part of the design. But thank you again, and I hope you stay even though that we will not have the musicians still here. With that, let me continue with the opening remarks of this forum. It's now my great pleasure to invite the chairman or the chair of the GEF Civil Society Network, Faisal Parish to provide his opening remarks for this important forum. Over to you, Faisal.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters from the civil society movements, participants from around the world, from government, civil society, private sector, and many other friends and colleagues. It gives me great pleasure as the current chair of the GEF Civil Society Organization Network to say a few welcoming remarks at the start of this very important civil society forum as part of the 8th GEF Assembly. We hope that this forum will be an opportunity for civil society, government, and other stakeholders to interact and explore ways to safeguard the global environment. Civil society, as defined by the Rio Declaration, comprises a broad range of major groups from indigenous people, local community, women, youth, farmers, NGOs, trade unions, a broad collective of different groups and stakeholders without which we would not be successful in managing the world and changing key issues. I think, as very well stated by the advisor to the president of Uzbekistan on environment issues, civil society have a very critical role to play. And without civil society acting as the stewards of the planet and maybe the reminder to other stakeholders that some more work needs to be done to put our planet back on track. As was mentioned, our planet is in crisis. Our Mother Earth, I don't want to say dying, but she is crying. We have mistreated our mother for so many hundreds of years. We have overexploited, we have destroyed, we have burnt, we have degraded, and it falls on us, on our generation, to do something about it. And so we call on all of those who are here today to act as the children of Mother Earth and let us work together to safeguard our family and our planet, and really sincerely bring all other stakeholders, from the governments who are here, from the private sector, to those who would never come to environment event and would ignore and see us as the enemy or the deranged people. We have to convert them to understand that we have only one planet. As President Macron said, we have no planet B. We do not have the alternative when we destroy the one planet that God has given us. We must protect and manage it. There is some good news, some positive news. As mentioned by the GEF CEO, GEF has always had a strong commitment to working with civil society. And for the GEF 8, the last 4 years of operation, has adopted a whole of society approach and has recommitted in the GEF 9, the coming 4 years, starting in July, up till 2030, the next cycle of the GEF, that whole of society really has to be put into implementation. We heard some positive news from the CEO that in the replenishment process, which was just reported to the Council 3 days ago, there is now a new commitment that 20% of the GEF resources will be channeled to support or finance action by indigenous people and local community. This is a major positive step forward. The challenge to us lies in how that will be channeled, how that will be facilitated, and building the capacity of civil society groups to really engage in that partnership process. That process of channeling the resources will not necessarily be easy. We need to change the business as usual practices of how projects are designed and implemented. Civil society must be involved in the design stage of project, in the implementation stage of project, in the monitoring and evaluation of project. Unless fully engaged in all three steps, there is a risk that we are only paying lip service to engagement of civil society, and the reality will not be delivered in the right way. So there are other key opportunities and mechanisms in the GEF, but that is what we are here to discuss and to get your views and input and ideas through this process and to contribute to the discussions of the GEF Assembly, the roundtables, the side events over the coming days, to try to put those key views, and that we have then a clear record of the major steps that need to be undertaken in the coming 4 years to fully put in place this target of scaling up the resources to civil society. For thousands of years, local communities and civil society have been stewards of the planet. Our planet is in crisis due to our collective mismanagement. We have to rededicate ourselves to solving that crisis, to changing back the time, restoring what we have lost, and bringing humanity together in one realization: if we kill our Mother Earth, we kill ourselves. Thank you very much, and please enjoy and contribute to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faisal Parrott, and also thank to the civil society network that plays a very, very important role in the GEF family and partnership to elevate the voices and the priorities of civil society, indigenous peoples, women and youth, and local communities. So thank you for this inspiring, welcoming remarks, Faisal. Now, it's my pleasure, if I can find him, to invite Giovanni Reis. Giovanni is the chair of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group and the president of the Philippine ICA Consortium. Please come up and join us here, and we very much look forward to your opening remarks and inspirations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, we thank the CSOs for their unending collaboration with indigenous peoples and local communities. In a GEF-funded project that went back-to-back from 2013 up to 2019, and which was later designated as best practice or a model of best practice globally, the role of CSOs in strengthening the positions of indigenous peoples, particularly in translating the views of indigenous peoples into writing, so that the authors of the project that was submitted to GEF with assistance from CSOs was immediately approved. And they were also participants in our translating our traditional knowledge into its physical dimension in the form of maps, so that we have evidences to show that not only are indigenous peoples capable of protecting the environment, but they are also capable of harmonizing indigenous knowledge, science, and CSO contributions. And so these are the roles that CSOs played in the empowerment of indigenous communities. Because, of course, indigenous peoples cannot solve the problem ourselves. We need CSOs who provide technical assistance. We need CSOs to provide facilitative work, but decision-making would be in the hands of indigenous peoples when it comes to biodiversity, considering that biodiversity are mostly located in indigenous peoples' territories. Join the CSOs and the non-state actors in promoting a rapid protection of our biodiversity as we near 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giovanni and Faisal, for these opening remarks and really setting, again, a really great tone for today's discussions. We have a lot in front of us, and I'm going to see if I am good enough at... No? Oh, where's it? Oops, I'm going... Oh. I knew this would happen. Could someone help me to... No? I want to go back. And now you're going to get... I was anyhow going to talk about the agenda, and now you're seeing what's happening. There. No, there it was. No. Okay. The agenda will, no, let me see. No, it's that way, sorry. But this is good, this gives you, this is actually really perfect. So instead of showing the agenda, I'm just pushing forward with the agenda. So this is what you're going to see, okay? No, sorry, I should have been better at this and practice it. My fault, sorry. Well, anyhow, let me now get back to my script. Yes, as mentioned by both Claude, the CEO of GEF, and Honorable Aziz, and Faisal, and Giovanni, this Civil Society Forum is really an important event to help guide the efforts of strengthening engagement and contribution with civil society, indigenous peoples, women and youth across the GEF 9 programming and implementation. This forum, as it should be saying there, has really been a genuine co-organized effort between the GEF Secretariat, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, the Civil Society Network, as well as women and youth constituencies to the conventions that the GEF serves. And it's really been actually a fairly long process. We have collaborated in the planning of this for several months together. So this is really the results of that great planning. And I want to take this opportunity, even as we start, to thank everyone for this great collaboration. So together, we are very much looking forward to the agenda, and all as you already have seen. As you already saw, we will have a number of interactive panels featuring civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth representatives, alongside council members, operational focal points, and implementing agencies. We are also very pleased to include a number of show and tell sessions, really showcasing snapshots of civil society leaders, leadership, community-led action, solutions, and experiences. Again, as just echoing what has been said before, our shared hope is that this forum provides the opportunity for sharing experiences, sharing priorities, strengthen the collaboration across the GEF partnership among all of the different actors, and contribute to the successful implementation of GEF 9. So with that, I am really happy to hand over to someone that knows better how to click the thing, and I even lost it now. I think that was not, what do you call it, a sign of confidence. But anyhow, let me hand over to Sagar, who is the co-chair of the CSO network, and he will ably manage the next session of this forum. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Claude, Aziz, Faisal, and Giovanni, thank you, all of you, for being in this room today. And Aziz, thank you for inviting to your home as friends and partners. On behalf of civil society, we pay gratitude to the land we are hosted in and the people who are hosting us. My name is Sagar. I serve as the vice chair of the GEF CSO network, and I've been leading the civil society policy work to the GEF in the last 2 years. It is an honor to be with you in Samarkand for the GEF Assembly and for the Civil Society Forum. We have the next 3 hours together. So before we get into the substance, I want to take a few minutes to do 3 things. First, to share where this conversation is actually coming from. And second, to lay out what we want to achieve here today. And third, I want to ask you a few questions because we want to start this forum with your voice, not just ours. So where does this come from? A civil society forum at GEF assembly is not new. Civil society has gathered at almost every assembly. But the way we are doing it this time, that is new. For the past year, in preparation of the 9th replenishment of the GEF CSO network has been running a series of public conversation we call the whole of society talks. The idea was simple. If we are serious about whole of society approach, we need to hear from whole of society, grassroots groups, indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, networks, women, and the people who are doing the work on the ground. Across those talks, we have opened and explored conversations about access to finance, inclusion, and accountability, where GEF 9 money should go, and how community-led solutions can be financed and scaled up, online, in person at COP, and just before the 70th Council with the GEF partnership. This forum is the next step in that conversation. And it is the part of the official program of the GEF Assembly. And it is the moment we bring what civil society has been saying for a year into the assembly room. During the conversation and consultations we had, 4 things came out very clearly. First, inclusion. A real whole of society approach is not optional. It is the foundation. Second, on scaling, the Small Grants Program and the Inclusive Conservation Initiative have shown that community-led solutions work. We need to take that wider across all GEF projects and integrated programs. Third, on barriers, access is still uneven to funding and to the knowledge to use it. GEF 9 sets an aspirational target of 20% for IPLC-led actions. That is the lever. To use it, we need to enhance every dimension of civil society engagement, indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth. And now we need to use that. And the fourth, decline. According to the GEF's IEO evaluation, civil society-led GEF projects have been going down. That trend has to be reversed. And that is the conversation that brings us to this room today. So what are we trying to do here in the next 3 hours? 4 things. 1, elevate the priorities of civil society, indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth into the assembly discussions that is starting. 2, strengthen the connection between us here and the people who make decisions. GEF council members, UN agencies, convention secretariats, GEF implementing agencies, many of them are in this room. This is the moment to actually start talking to each other. 3, share what is working on the ground and what the gaps are. And on the 4th, generate clear, actionable input that go directly into civil society statement, which will be shared tomorrow in the assembly. So now, before I go into the panel, I want to bring your voice in the room, as I promised earlier. So we had a Mentimeter session planned. We're still going to try it, but we did some tests before. Apparently, the Mentimeter does not work on the internal network in the assembly. So can we switch to Mentimeter on the back? If you have your mobile data, feel free to turn off the Wi-Fi and you can jump in. Otherwise, we're going to do a raise of hands. Yeah, let's wait for the technical colleagues on the back. No, I don't think I need to press any buttons. It just has to work, right? That's exactly what we're looking for. All right, we can wait a few more minutes. Otherwise, the first question is, what role do you play in GEF partnership today? How many of us here are from civil society? Let's do a raise of hands, the old-fashioned way. A lot of us. All right, hands down. Okay, so you can join the Mentimeter with the QR code. It will not work if you're in the internal network. Feel free to try it, but if you have mobile data, please join us. All right, 9 participants, 11, 12, 16. I'm gonna keep this for 5 more seconds and we're gonna go to our first, okay. Apparently it's working. Maybe the reports we made ended up working before. All right. So if you are here with civil society, the GEF Council, you want to go back to view it? All right. So what role do you play in the GEF partnership? How many of you are here from the GEF Council? Let's see a raise of hand. Okay, we've got some hands up back there. Welcome, welcome, all of you. Thank you very much. How many of you are here from the governments? Yeah, OFPs, ministers. How many of you are here from the GEF, Secretariat, Evaluation Office? Yes, we can see a lot of roles also being listed here. All right, let's go to the next slide. What country or region do you bring to this forum? Let's see how diverse we are in this forum. Yeah, if you cannot type, you can also shout out your country. We're also open to that. Egypt, India, Kenya, Armenia. Yeah, a lot of Norwegians. All right. Yeah, I also see global because there are people who don't represent a single country. I'm usually one of them. So we're going to move to the next one, but welcome all of you. This shows how diverse we are, even though a lot of representation from the global north. So I'd like you to rank these different priorities from most to least urgent for your community. So the options are access to finance for civil society, indigenous people, women, youth, and community-based organization and groups, meaningful consultation with civil society, IPLCs, women, and youth stakeholders in the GEF project design and a role in GEF project governance, capacity development and training for civil society and CBOs at the national level, transparency, accountability, and monitoring of GEF programming and results. As I guessed, I think access to finance is the biggest priority. Let's take a few more responses. We have 19 out of 47. Ah, okay, meaningful, okay. Meaningful consultation with civil society, absolutely very, very important as well. Are we, yeah. Let's hear. The competition in the room is going on, right? If you disagree and if you feel like you don't have the right list here, you can also raise your hand and show your differences. All right, let's go. Okay, we're still changing things. So as we continue, we're going to take this into account. And I think for the panel, this is going to be absolutely important in your feedback on how you are going to respond to these. So what is the single biggest challenges scaling locally led initiatives and solutions? Inadequate access to information on GEF funding opportunities, limited access to engage in the planning and programming of GEF projects and programs at the national level, complex processes. I've heard GEF is not easy to understand and to follow, and insufficient transparency or reporting on fund distribution to local communities. How would you rank these different options? The most important is complex process and procedures for accessing GEF funding, which means, especially now that 20% of GEF 9 finance is being set to support IPLC-led actions, we need to work on this. And this is exactly what we're going to talk about today. All right, thank you very much. Let's go back to the slides. And with that, we will get into the first panel of the day. This panel is about something we keep coming back to in our work: scaling And scaling can mean a lot of things for a lot of people. In the whole society talks earlier this year, civil society told us very clearly the Small Grants Program and the Inclusive Conservation Initiative have shown that community-led solutions work. IEO's evaluation says the same thing. The question was, how do we take that further? And in the last few months, we've actually seen real movement. The ICI, the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, is going up from 25 million US dollars to 100 million US dollars under GEF 9, a fourfold increase. The SGP, on the other hand, is 20 million below where it was in GEF 8. Two different signals. But the bigger shift is 20% of the entire GEF 9 program will now support IPLC-led actions. So the question is no longer, will GEF back community-led work? The answer is GEF is backing it. Now the question is, how do we deliver it? As we saw that it is still one of the challenges to access that finance. So there are two tracks here. One is dedicated financing, SCP and ICI, where the work is to sharpen what already exists. The other is the rest of the GEF portfolio. Projects, programs, integrated programs across climate, biodiversity, international waters, land and chemicals, that is where 20% has to land. It's not just ICI and SCP alone. And that needs new approaches in how those projects are designed and who is at the table when they are shaped. So that is what the panel is about. We have a wonderful panel to help unpack this. Voices from indigenous people, from grassroots implementers, from an implementing agency, and from the GEF Council. So let me introduce them. First we have Alice. Please come here on the... Yes, please. Yeah. Alice is part of the GEF Indigenous, please take a seat. Yeah, Alice is part of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group and brings the perspective of indigenous peoples and local communities who are protecting forests, oceans, and biodiversity on the ground every day. Next, we have Olivia from the Bahamas. Olivia is the Executive Director of Friends of the Environment and is a GEF Small Grants Program grantee. She has been doing this work on the ground for years. So she knows from experience what helps a project grow and what holds it back. Then we have Jana from World Bank. Jana leads the GEF Small Grants Program Microfinance Initiative. That work sits right at the intersection of community access and large-scale delivery. So her view here is very valuable. And finally, we have Cam, our GEF Council member from Canada. Cam brings the policy and financing lens, what the Council needs to see to back scaling and how GEF 9 can be designed to support it. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. I'm also going to move. Believe we have some technical issues. Can we get the mics? Okay, we are going to use this microphone. A quick note on how the panel.
Working here.
That is working.
I think this is working.
All right, not the first technical issue of the day, so we will be fine. A quick note on how the panel will run. I will go to each of you with an opening question, just to set the scene. And you will have a second round where we'll go deeper into and connect across your perspectives. After that, we'll open the floor for Q&A so we can hear the audience. So let's start with Alice. You're with the IPAG, and you bring the voices of indigenous people and local communities from the Pacific. GEF 9 takes a real step on indigenous leadership. IPOs are now formally recognized as executing partners, and the 20% target sits right across the whole program. From where you sit with IPAG, what does indigenous-led conservation look like on the ground today? And what does GEF 9 need to get right in its programming and policy direction for those commitments to translate into real authority for indigenous peoples and not just stay on paper?
Thank you, Sagar. Can everyone hear me clearly? Yes? Yes, great. Yeah, that is a big question. And as the representative of very large ocean states, I'll try my best to answer them. And I'm always welcoming critiques and additions from anyone else, acknowledging all the other Pacific Islanders in the room who may want to contribute during this session. So, indigenous-led conservation in the Pacific means customary resource owners, traditional leaders, women and youth are setting their priorities, governing resources, and deciding how conservation investments are used, not simply being consulted after decisions are made. So, thank you. So for the GEF, I guess GEF 9, we must ensure indigenous peoples' organizations have direct access to resources and have meaningful authority in project governance structures. More specific, biodiversity exists on lands and seascapes managed through customary ownership and stewardship systems that have sustained ecosystems for thousands of years. The GEF 9 should support indigenous-led conservation and must build on these systems rather than reinventing the wheel. And I guess just my third point is that indigenous-led conservation succeeds when indigenous people's rights to land, territories, resources, and self-determination are recognized and protected. So we should ensure that the 20% target is measured not only by funding flows, but by actual decision-making power held by indigenous people, along with the impacts that we see on the ground and in the waters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olivia, coming to you. Are we audible to the audience? Yes, perfect.
Not really.
Not really?
She just said come closer.
Come closer. Yes.
Right next to you.
Perfect. Let's see. Much better. Yes. Yes. If this does not work, we have other mics and we will try them. So Olivia, coming to you, you've been running projects on the ground in the Bahamas with SGP, and you have seen what works and what does not very directly. As your organization has matured through that work, what kind of support and engagement from GEF, from agencies, and from the wider system has actually helped? And what would help organizations like yours and others coming up behind you have a greater impact?
Thank you for that question. So just for a little bit of context, I'm from one island in the Bahamas, and we are a very small grassroots organization. Our founders came together, like many of the people I think in the room, with a passion to make change and to bring awareness to the community. And they were not trained in how to run an organization. So over the years, we've had to lean on our partners and other organizations like the GEF to help build our capacity. We were fortunate, I think, to be one of the first, if not the first, Bahamian organization to receive a grant from the GEF SGP. And I personally have been involved in GEF SGP projects for about 15 years. So my personal development, as well as the development of our organization, has benefited from good working relationships with our national coordinator, learning by doing, so working through all of our projects and implementing them, improving how we co-finance projects and how we monitor and evaluate what we do. All of these things we're learning in real time. But like Mr. Parrish said, we don't have time. We're in trouble now. So let's not take 15 years to build our capacity. What can we do right now to build up perhaps the young organizations that are just starting, or encourage people to bring themselves together and make the GEF SGP, or the GEF as a whole, more accessible to local communities, make the messaging relatable to them. obviously they're living these issues and concerns that we have, but it's very complicated the way we present our priorities and the way we access the funding. So if we can make it more accessible to the community in that sense, I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you, Olivia. Jana, over to you. Let's try to get the microphone a little closer because I'm getting feedback that it's not so audible. You lead the SGP Microfinance Initiative at the World Bank, which sits right at the intersection of community access and large-scale delivery. With the 20% target now on the table, the question is how to actually move that financing to community level. What role do you see MFIs playing as a blended finance modality to channel more GEF resources to communities? And what have agencies learned working with CSOs, women, and youth that should shape how this is done?
If I had like 3 hours, I can answer the question. But first of all, let me start by saying how honored I am to be here today. And wonderful to see a lot of familiar faces and meet new people. Before joining the World Bank, I used to work in civil society across Lebanon and Iraq. And joining the World Bank, I always find my best partners are always with civil society, so really happy to be here. This is a big question, and let me see how I can bring it very concretely to what are we trying to do with this SGP grant, and I want to give you some examples, and I would really like to continue having this discussion. What I do at the World Bank, I lead the technical work on all locally led initiatives for climate and for climate action. And so what we do with that, we monitor our programming that ensures that financing that comes from the World Bank that goes through national system is going all the way down to the local level. And what I mean by going to the local level, we're saying that investments that are financed by the World Bank are given all the way to the local level where decision-making is happening, where communities are informing the investments that are taking place. In some places, the communities are managing themselves. In some places, we are building the capacity of local institutions to manage with the communities, and we have strong oversight from the communities. This is a work stream that is well established at the World Bank. About 10% total of World Bank financing goes to such initiatives, and we have about 4.7 billion of that financing that focus on locally led initiatives for climate. So that's a very sizable amount. When we looked at this amount, we saw that a lot of these programs focus on working with women groups, youth groups, indigenous peoples groups, providing grants to support economic activities in sectors that are very much at risk of climate. So these sectors tend to be agriculture, as you all know, forestry, fisheries, landscape management. And as we worked with these projects to understand better how can we help the women groups, the youth groups, the indigenous peoples groups to expand their economic activities, access to finance was always number one. But not only in terms of access to finance, access to sustainable finance that goes beyond project by project level. And this is why we approached the SGP program. What we're trying to do is to work across a series of countries. We're starting with 7, but we're going to go to 15, to think about how to support capacity of microfinance institutions, to work more closely and provide more financing at an interest rate that is more reasonable to women group, indigenous peoples groups, youth groups, and help connect the microfinance institutions with larger banks to get more liquidity also at a reasonable rate. So what we're trying to do with this SGP financing is to use the SGP financing as a catalyst financing to use World Bank financing and other types of financing to create blended entities, blended financing entities where we can bring public financing and private financing to support the whole microfinance ecosystem. And what I mean by ecosystem is the microfinance institutions across different levels. I think I can talk to you to death about the microfinance networks, the small microfinance institutions, the formal banks that have microcredits, we can talk about that. But how do we strengthen that ecosystem to provide sustainable, inclusive financing to indigenous peoples? I have a very concrete example, but I'm taking a long time. So I would like to come back and talk about Tanzania a little bit, but I don't know, Sagar, if there's time now or if we can come back for the second
I believe you can take a few more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear about this? Okay. So I just came back from Tanzania. I was just there last week. We have a World Bank financing that is $100 million that goes towards women economic empowerment. And the team have been working with the Ministry of Gender to basically formalize women groups and have them bank them, have digital records so they can access more financing. But guess what? Microfinance institutions consider women groups to be high risk and they will not lend them because high interest rate, first of all, these MFIs have high interest rates because women groups tend to work in very at-risk sectors to climate, like, as I mentioned, agriculture, fisheries, nature-based tourism. And also, microfinance institutions don't have the liquidity to lend to new groups. So what did we do last week? We brought together microfinance institutions, the central bank, the Bank of Tanzania, and we had basically an open discussion. And the agreement was, and a commitment from the government, is to establish an Apex fund using the World Bank financing, taking $13 million of this World Bank financing to establish an Apex fund to basically provide more liquidity to microfinance institutions at a lower interest rate to start lending to these women groups. And with the fact that they're establishing this Apex fund, it means that they can also leverage other types of financing. And they're hoping to leverage more private sector financing. They're hoping to leverage more climate financing. We started talking about how can they actually approach the GEF for more financing around this. This is how we start, how we can use the World Bank financing as a way to graduate from having the governments and the groups rely on public financing and leverage more other types of financing to sustain liquidity and access of finance to women groups and youth groups that tend to struggle and not have access to formal banking. Happy to discuss that further, but this is quite exciting and this is one of our countries, and we hope to discuss more how we can strengthen blended financing through GEF 9 to support the 20% target. I'm also really happy to think about how can we bring together MFIs, formal banks, and IPLCs together so we can make sure that there's a good demand and supply of needs and products that serve better IPLC groups. So
thank you very much, Jana. We're doing quite good with time, I believe. And now, to Cam, you sit on the GEF Council, so you see the whole portfolio and where the political and financial appetite is and where it is not. GEF 9 has made real commitments on IP leadership, IPOs as executing partners, ICI scaling fourfold, and the 20% target. From the council seat, what does it take for those commitments to translate into real authority for indigenous peoples in how GEF projects are designed and decided? And where does GEF financing need to get smarter to back that in?
Thank you so much for, I think there's two questions there, so I'll take it in two parts. But before I start, I just want to say thank you so much for including me. I feel really privileged to be here representing the council. I hope I do you guys justice. But having said that, maybe before I start in terms of the question, maybe put into context where Canada sits and how we work with what we call our national indigenous organizations. So every time we come to a GEF council meeting, we actually meet our NIOs and we get from them their priorities and we integrate that into our positions on the council. And so from our perspective, I think what's really encouraging is the growing recognition that GEF partnerships, within the GEF partnerships, that Indigenous people aren't just stakeholders, but they're actually right holders and partners whose leadership is really essential to achieving lasting environmental outcomes. And so for us, we see GEF 9 as laying that foundation for more funds to flow directly into Indigenous people for their own self-determined priorities. And we also see the no objection mechanism for Indigenous peoples-led project as really promising as well. So your question in terms of how can we reach their full potential, I see three things, and I think they were already said, but I'll repeat them because I think it's important. First is access, second is capacity, and third is recognition. So on access, Indigenous organizations actually need to be able to shape what gets designed and why. So they can't just be an afterthought and not implement after it's been designed. And so that means that they need to be at the start of the project defining what it looks like and why. And I think GEF 9 is moving in this direction, and measures like streamlining and the increased medium-sized projects, Ceilings is creating this new opening. Second is on capacity, and I think, Jana, you talked about that. You know, we need long-term institutional support, not project-by-project funding. We need to build these capacities, and we need to sustain this investment, and that's really important. And so that these Indigenous organizations can engage as equal partners. And third is recognition. Indigenous knowledge systems, governance structures, and land rights, I think, have to be treated as foundational to project design and not just elements to be accommodated for as after the fact. And I know these aren't small adjustments, right? This is really big shifts in how the system currently works. And to be clear, I think these challenges exist across the entire GEF partnership, not just for GEF 9. But I think that GEF 9's whole of society framework really gives a stronger common foundation to address them together. Lastly, on your second question in terms of where does GEF financing, how can it be smarter? I think there's a couple of new tools that already exist in the GEF 9 portfolio, and the question really is how do we use them well together? The first one is the new results management framework. With the disaggregated data for Indigenous peoples, women, and youth, I think this is a really significant step forward, unpacking this data. And it'll allow all of us, including the council, to actually see where the finance is actually going, and if it's reaching the communities it's supposed to be reaching, and if there are gaps. And that visibility, I think, is really important for everyone. Second one is that inclusive conservation initiative, scaling to 100 million. We were really proud of this. We worked really hard, got it there, with 80% of money flowing directly to Indigenous people for self-determined priorities. And I think this is the kind of financing architecture that can actually work and deliver. Finally, the work underway to update the 2012 principles and guidelines on engagement with Indigenous peoples. I think 2012 is a few years behind. We need to update it so that it can come up to international standards. So yeah, I think the foundations are there. The task ahead is really to make sure that these translate into consistent system-wide practices. Thanks.
Thank you, Cam. You have heard it from the council, so I don't need to add more how important these things are. Access, capacity, recognition, and the results management framework. Now we're going into the second round. All of you will get 3 minutes each. Alicia, back to you. To build on the gaps you named earlier, the ICI is going to be a central piece of GEF 9. How should GEF 9 as a whole, the SGP and the ICI, close that gap between commitment and delivery? Could you bring the microphone a little closer to you? Thank you, if it works. No, otherwise, let's use this microphone.
I'll move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. So one of the strengths of the ICI is that it was designed with Indigenous people and local communities at its center, recognizing them as partners and leaders rather than just beneficiaries. As implementation moves forward, success will depend on ensuring that decision-making, funding, and accountability remains as close as possible to these Indigenous institutions and the communities themselves. I want to acknowledge that the SGP has demonstrated the value of reaching communities directly, while the ICI creates opportunities for indigenous organizations to operate at large scales and influence broader systems. I think GEF9 should continue investing not only in project delivery, but also in governance, financial, technical leadership capabilities that allow indigenous organizations to sustain and scale up their work beyond a single funding cycle. And we've already hearing this from our other panelists this afternoon. And acknowledging their presence as well, I just wanted to add on that 6 out of the 9 ICIs under GEF7 were former SGP, ICCA, GSI partners, and that both ICI and HCI, Inclusive Conservation Initiative, and the Heart of Conservation Initiative, can help provide higher levels of finance for indigenous peoples' organizations and networks that have worked with SGP in the past, this upscaling. Yeah? And of course, the question is no longer whether indigenous peoples are participating, they are. The next step is to ensure that indigenous priorities, knowledge systems, and governance approaches are influencing how conservation and development are being delivered. GEF9, SGP, and the ICI, again, as I'd mentioned before, not only by tracking participation and funding targets, but also indications of indigenous leadership, strengthened autonomy, governance, and community-defined outcomes that define the local visions of well-being and stewardship. I think that remains at the heart of all of this work, and I really just wanted to re-emphasize that the communities themselves need to be the ones that can help to articulate and decide what success also look like. A lot of the metrics that are used are, recognizing the context of the work around these numbers, around biodiversity benefits, the numbers, and all of these other things, which are understandable. But when working with these communities, you also need to recognize what are their visions of success. How do they define for themselves that this is work that is going well? That, how do they want to scale this up? And that also needs to be explored as well in this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I want to get back to you, Olivia. You told us what helps a project scale and what gets in the way. Where do you see GEF9 opening real opportunities for SGP grantees and grassroots groups to do more? And what should we be paying attention to make sure those opportunities reach the ground?
I kind of want to answer that in 2 parts. First, and also because I want to give a thank you to the GEF, I want to talk about resilience. And the Bahamas is, we're affected by climate change. In 2019, we were hit by a Category 5+ hurricane, and my island in particular was in the direct path of the storm. So the entire community was affected. Our organization lost most of our facilities, and our entire staff were displaced for undefined amount of time, which led into COVID, and it was a very difficult time for us. We thankfully had good partnerships to build on, GEF SGP being one of them. And when we were able to bring programs back to some sort of normality and apply for funding, we were able to get support from GEF SGP to install solar power on our campus and combine the funding support with other funding to install water catchment systems. And now we as an organization are more resilient to climate change. It gives us stability for the future, but we're also acting as a example to the community so that they can come and visit what we have and learn more about how they themselves can become resilient. And I think in this climate, pun intended, that we all need to be more resilient in our work. So continuing support in those areas is very important. But going back to the meat of your question, I think it's important to continue improving communication between CSOs. Together, we are stronger, we can have a bigger voice. And I'm really encouraged to hear the talks and listening to more about the CSO network that this is actually happening. But even within our countries, we need support to build local networks. Not just the CSO network. We are, communicating with communities one-on-one. We are connected to what's going on the ground, and I think if we have better connection amongst ourselves, we can better use the resources that we have. We can replicate projects if we know about them. We can combine resources. We're in a place that's very resource limited, and basically our most important resources are people and partners. So our staff, and we can hire consultants periodically, but it would be really great to strengthen our communities by continuing to support sustainable livelihoods that then feed back into the work that we are doing and make conservation, research, management part of our communities and how they survive.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing a very personal story. We all need to be more resilient and absolutely understand if 20% of finance is going to local communities, indigenous peoples, we need to work on building those local networks, because that's one of the ways of making GEF partnership accountable in general. Now, Jana, back to you. Elise and Olivia have spoken about what reaches communities and what does not, and we just heard the story of resilience. From the MFI seat, where does blended finance for SMEs and community enterprises fit into that picture? And what does GEF9 need to get right to make that route a real one for community-led work, not a side channel?
Thank you. And maybe I'd like to start by just highlighting and mentioning again Alice's point in terms of how important it is to make sure that for any work that we do, whether it's on microfinance, if we want to meet anything on GEF9, is we really need to also make sure that the solutions work for the local communities. And that needs to be part of our results framework. As we think through our locally led development programs at the bank that focus on climate, a lot of them we put in our results framework, actually most of them, is perception that the investments work for the local communities, that we are now trying to push also teams to basically think through their results framework that with the communities think that with such investments they will have more resilience if they're faced with shocks. I think bringing the local perception and what is needed and understanding that and making sure that what we are proposing with these projects work for them is extremely important. And this is why this work on microfinance is brought in, because we have listened to local communities and we're trying to understand better what is limiting resilience on the local level. We understood that access to finance was a problem because we all know that. But what type of access to finance? We were trying to understand what do we mean by access to finance? Is just about providing financing, or is it about thinking about economic resilient activities and graduating local communities and individuals and entrepreneurs and producer groups that they would be on a graduation path so they can sustain economic activities by being able as resilient people with great agency to access this finance. And that's what we're trying to push for through the microfinance institution, through the microfinance program. And so we cannot do this program without actually really thinking about the ecosystem. And the best way that I would say it is, we need to continue to think about the access to finance is building the demand side and the supply side. The demand side is thinking about how we want to work long-term engagement with local communities, making sure that we're bringing their perceptions, their needs to the forefront and understanding better what they want and what technical assistance they need. But on the supply side, we need to think about the microfinance institution as an ecosystem, not as individual organizations that work in silos, and thinking about the financial architecture around that. And actually, if I would think about our SGP microfinance program, we have a whole pillar of work that is actually focused on financial inclusion reforms, where we are bringing these local needs all the way to the national governments. And this is why the World Bank is able to scale up this work and leveraging the World Bank convening power to bring the local demands to the national level and be able to work with the government to think about how we are able to do financial inclusion reforms that recognize the needs of local groups. And I see this, and we have early successes that is already starting to emerge. For example, Nigeria is one of the beneficiaries of this SGP program. When we started the conversation with the GEF in Nigeria, they told us that the financial inclusion strategy is the biggest problem in the government and the country. So we decided to start the engagement with the government on doing a refresh of the financial inclusion strategy to recognize women association groups as a viable entity to borrow money. And women association groups, they tend to work mainly in agriculture, so their access to liquidity is very limited. And we are able to actually now move towards this dialogue. So we cannot do the work on microfinance institutions without thinking about the broader ecosystem, but also we have a role as, if I would think about the scale up and thinking from the World Bank perspective, we have a role to really bring the local needs closer to the national level to bring in the right reforms.
Thank you very much. I want to do a quick show of hands. How many of you here had heard of SGP Microfinance Initiative before today? Explains exactly how the access to finance needs to be strengthened. Okay? I think that's what this session is about. How do we share this knowledge so we know about what GEF modalities exist? So when you go back home, you can start speaking with agencies, partners as a whole to work around this. And knowledge sharing is very, very important.
Yeah, but please, like, we only started 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So please, like, what I want to recognize, not me, I want to recognize, actually, if I can have the stage, to recognize all the World Bank teams and our counterparts on the government side and the local communities for the amazing work that has been happening in the last 6 months. This is being ran, this is country-led, this is not led by the bank sitting, World Bank sitting in HQ in DC. It's really led by our teams on the ground. And we hope to share that knowledge and curate that knowledge. And we hope with the GEF that we can do that. We're planning on that, but we've only been under implementation for 6 months. So I understand why people have not heard of it yet as well, but happy to provide more information.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the things we need to focus on is whenever there's something new, we need to find a way to spread that message. That was my point. Apologies. Now, back to you, Cam. From the council seat, you see the full programming and policy architecture of the GEF-9. Where are the real entry points in that architecture where engagement with civil society, IPs, and communities can actually be strengthened? And which of those entry points is the council in a position to move?
So thank you, and I think I think it's already been talked about, so I'll sound a little repetitive in terms of my responses. But yeah, the architecture really matters, right? So I think the GEF-9 cycle is actually a lot more open than it has been in previous cycles. And so I think there are 3 areas that we can really make a difference in terms of how the council works. The first is the small grants program. I understand that there's less money, but the reality is that it's also expanding grantees, right, to include Indigenous peoples, youth and women's organizations. So I think that's a great first step. And from our perspective, what we'll be looking at and what we'll want to see is whether that increasing share of SGP resources is actually reaching these groups, right? So how much is going? Because access matters, and it's going to show up in the numbers. So we'll be looking at those numbers. Second is the IUCN. And in that one, the opportunity now is to take what works, self-determined priorities, direct financing, community accountability, and to apply it more broadly to other focal areas in integrated programs, so beyond the biodiversity focal area. So we see it not as a standalone model, but really something that can reshape the whole system. The third, and I think we talked about it here, is results management framework. I love results and I love the framework. It's not always easy, right, to collect the right data. So I think that what we mean when we talk about performance data and what we'll see in the council, what we want to see is a clearer picture of where financing is actually going and which communities it's reaching. And because at the end of the day, we all know what gets measured gets managed, right? So we need to see that data in the results framework. So I think those are the three entry points that we could really focus on. And our role in the council is to be consistent, to look at the evidence and to ask the right questions and reinforce expectations of what we expect to see in terms of results.
Thank you, Cam. Now I want to hear one sentence from each of you. No back and forth. This could become a clean code for the civil society statement. If GEF 9 does one thing to make community-led delivery real across the portfolio, what is that one thing? I want to start with Alicia.
Only one sentence?
Only one sentence.
I'll try. I want to, for a moment, remove us from all of these institutional framework discussions, these policy papers, and all of these factors that are not living and breathing, that frame the way we live in this world. And I want to bring it back to us and our humanity. We know what needs to be done. We have shared those solutions. We continue to discuss them, but the most important thing to make this work is us. Our willingness and our commitment to take these lessons, to take this knowledge, to take this opportunity, and to actually implement what needs to be done. That, I think, is what will make it work.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think I need to repeat what Alicia said. I think it was said very beautifully. Now, Olivia, to you.
Asking us to say just one thing is very hard. And that was a wonderful comment. I think it's a great point. I believe, like I said before, people are one of our most valuable resources. So if we can support our communities to be agents of change, I think that would be transformational for the work that we're trying to do. And it goes back to recognizing the diversity in our communities, making sure that our strategies, how the projects are implemented and how they're funded, that all of that is performed in an approachable way that suits the needs of our communities.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Jana.
I second everything that was said before me. And I just want to add to that complementarity of actors and what they do. I think it would be great for, it's going to be longer than one sentence, I'm sorry. It would be great to see what are the complementarities of each actor and how can we use that complementarity to maximize what we can do with GEF 9. And I say that because a lot of the solutions that we take to scale at the World Bank are solutions that we learn from civil society, that were either small grants, that were pilots, that we learn from you. And we work with many of you through our locally led programs. We partner with a lot of civil society organizations to know better how do we bring this to scale and bring it to national systems. I know sometimes it's not perfect and we take the blame for it, but we aspire to be better and we hope to do that with you. And I think there is a complementarity there of actors that we hope through GEF 9 we can find it to allow for innovation, but also to move to scale.
Thank you. And to you, Cam.
So I'm Asian and I take instructions very seriously, so I have a one-sentence response. I'm going to focus on Indigenous peoples because that was what I was asked to talk about. So my one sentence is scale direct financing to Indigenous people and embed their leadership across all programs, not just in dedicated initiatives. That's where you'll see change.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to have some question answers. We have exactly 10 minutes. We have 2 microphones here. We are going to do a raise of hand. I see one hand already. We're going to take 3 questions first, 1, 2, and 3. There's 2 microphones. The lady over here. Can somebody help me circulate this microphone?
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. My name is Grace Oluwatoye, and I'm coming from Nigeria. First, I'm so glad that what we did at Rio in 1992 and at Cairo in 1994 has come to play today from the discussions we've had from the people, from the institutions, especially the World Bank. If we can have a repeat of the paradigm shift that is focusing on people and how things can work, remove the institutions as Alicia has recommended, and get to the women. I'm happy you shared the story of Nigerian women cooperatives working on the ground. If you shield women away from those institutional frameworks that prevent them from having access to finance, you're going to get your money back. In 1992, I worked on a project with women in Nigeria. 99% return on the credit facility we gave them, and they delivered. And I'm sure the IPOs and the women and the youth, from the way they are emerging now, they're going to work, because whatever fund you give them is going to improve their livelihoods. And that's what we are talking about with all these big grammars and the meetings we've had. So please, ensure that what you have promised at this forum comes to play in GEF 9. God bless you all.
Thank you for the comment. We have a hand over on the back. Can we get the microphone? Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. This was very nice to hear these tangible examples. My name is Trisha Mandal, and I represent YPARD, Young Professionals for Agricultural Development. We have been working with the GEF 8 Food Systems Program to create a global youth strategy, as well as some capacity building sessions that are now being implemented in certain countries. And we keep being asked, what else should be focused on in GEF 9, how we can continue this momentum. So here, when we're talking or hearing about the small grants program, for instance, this would be very nice to find some synergies, because we do have chapters in over 60 countries across the globe, and these are young people who are leading community-based solutions. And as my colleague before just reflected on, they're doing a lot of things with very little financing. So it'd be really nice to find some tangible ways to keep collaborating in GEF 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there was another hand from a gentleman over here.
Hello, thank you to the panelists for being just spectacular, and to the civil society network is fantastic. The adoption of the 20%, my name is Paul Davis from Health and Harmony, and we're in a lot of countries. Four. The adoption of the 20% target for Indigenous people and local communities is when it becomes operational in July, we will have set a benchmark that will change history, and it will influence the GCF, will influence many other entities. So it's really exciting. And the question becomes how? How do we do it? What do we measure? What counts for 20%? And I would be interested in the panelists' feedback on the GBFF has made a good start, an improvement over previous, which is actions by Indigenous people and local communities. I would be interested in feedback from the panel on that's still kind of open-ended. So what about actions by indigenous people and local communities-led organizations implementing indigenous people and local community-designed solutions? Should we fight for that? Could you support it?
Thank you very much. Now let's go back to the panelists. Who wants to take responses on? I believe I can hand over the last question to Cam, but anyone else wants to react first?
Let's collaborate, yes. This is why we're here. So let's find time to talk and find synergies.
Cam, further, how do we do? I believe this is a question that you can best answer.
Sure. I think that on the how, I think that we have people who are actually working in the field on the ground, right? So you've already mentioned the GBFF actually sets out a really strong framework in terms of how we'll do it. How we expand on that is like hearing from the voices. So I'd actually love to hear from you in terms of what do you think it would take to actually think through what this 20% means and whether or not, what would make it meaningful in terms of this 20%? What would that look like? I'm not putting you on the spot at all.
I guess I can share in the context of some of the work that we're trying to do currently is, our mission is preserving our environment through education, conservation, and research facilitation. Our vision is sustainability for the future. And so keeping that in mind, we've gone to our local communities to say, what is something that is important to you that we can help you with? And very open-ended question. And something that you said earlier triggered my thought on that is that to them, if we can move the needle for them, that's important, right? And as long as it falls within our mission, then we're both achieving our goals. So I think if we can find those opportunities to get to the heart of the matter for the communities, what is the thing that they consider a success? And so is the metric that, yes, we have high success for community satisfaction, maybe, but the actual on-the-ground impacts are more fine scale.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so first of all, thank you so much to our panelists, Alicia, Olivia, Jana, and Cam, and thank you to all of you for listening in. There are a lot of takeaways, at least I took in my notes, but the barriers civil societies, indigenous people, local communities, women and youth face are still structures, and this is something we've seen that we need to change it. Scaling does not mean making projects bigger, also means finding sustainability to it, means making the system around them stronger and ensuring the continuity continues after there's a single project. The Council is open to clear signals. We've heard from the Council, and the civil society can help send those signals. So GEF 9 has a real chance to embed community-led delivery as the default. And with that, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. And Gabriela, back to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, let's give them another applause as they're leaving. Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Sagar, for moderating this, and thank you, everyone. And I don't think I need to summarize. I think that you tried to summarize. I think we had a really great panelist that really did. What I think was really interesting was the different perspectives that we conveyed, the different perspective that we heard today on what we can do and what we should do to scale up local community actions. So I think with that, however, we are many people in this room, and there's many people that have been engaged with us in the planning of this forum. So for that, I actually think I'm going to hand over to Amin, who heads the Secretariat of the CSO network, and he is going to facilitate an opportunity for us all to hear more voices from the ground. with a innovative show and tell. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And this is Mohammad Amin Kiri from CSO Network. I am from Pakistan. Today we have 4 people to present, and let me call them by one. First is Diana, please. Esther. And Alejandro. Manduki. Mandukai, yes. So first of all, our presenter, Diana, she's a part of Ororo team, and she belongs to Aymara peoples, indigenous peoples group, Bolivia, Latin America. So let's start with Diana.
No. Okay. I am part of an indigenous women-led organization, Uru Uru Team, that is focused on restoring one of the most important wetlands in Bolivia, the lake Uru Uru, that hosts the most unique species of flamingos, as the flamingo Andean, Chilean, and James. But also, this lake is not only a source of life for my community, it is a source of life for other 7 indigenous communities in Bolivia. So, with my community, we are tackling the main challenges that are affecting the lake Uru Uru. First, the illegal mining activities that have started without prior consultation. The plastic pollution that is coming from an RV city, and the negative impacts of climate change that is diminishing the water levels of the lake. So the solution where we are working with my community is planting native aquatic plants called totoras, that they act as natural purifiers for decontaminating the lake's polluted waters. In the past, my ancestors, they have used these plants for purifying the waters for the livestock. So we are bringing back that traditional knowledge for decontaminating the lake's polluted waters. At the same time, we are building protected fences where we are collecting all the plastic waste that is in the lake Uru Uru. We have collected around 1 ton of the plastic, and we have built fences for protecting the areas where we are placing the totoras. Until the moment, we have placed 6,000 totoras. And we want to continue with this work because this is important not only for my community, it is important for the biodiversity that is inhabiting in this lake. We are working with the university, and the lab tests have shown that the totoras that we have planted have decontaminated the lake in 30%. So we want to continue with this solution by reaching the 90% of the restoration, and in that way also we can recover a principle that we have as indigenous peoples, that is summa camania, living in harmony and balance, not only with human beings, but also with nature and animals. Thank you.
Actually, this session is show and tell. These are the live stories that are working on that, people are working on that, and these are the examples for us to do that. Now, second is Esther, and let's start. You have mic? Yeah. Time is 2 minutes, yeah.
Shall I use this? Thank you. Esther Moramoiro, as you can see there. 2.5 billion indigenous people and farmers are protecting the ecosystem globally. 10% of large farmers are utilizing 89% of the land. 85% of population, small-scale farmers, are utilizing less than 9% of the land. 70 to 80% of the land, farmers in Africa are smallholders. They don't own land. Land is important for food security, for peace, for climate change, and it's for dealing with poverty. And that is why Stand for Halal campaign exists globally in over 25 countries in the world. We are supporting women to organize themselves to access land. We are helping the women to collect data and work on that data to influence policies and to inform programming. We are supporting women to use collective activities to secure land through various activities. We are protecting the land defenders. We are transforming the world by guaranteeing women land. And by 2030, we are committed to have 100 women with stronger land rights. We hope to have 30 new countries working with us. We will have 500 champions working on women's land rights across the world. We know that women's land rights in global policies is necessary, and we will have 50 land rights, 50 global frameworks addressing land rights. We need money. We need support. We need to support grassroots women to secure their land rights, because secure land rights is important for gender justice and for sustainable development. Thank you.
Esther was social planner and expert gender policy. So she has good presentation. Now it's the time to Alejandro. Alejandro is the CEO of Azul Events.
I'll just use this mic. Thank you very much. Well, hi everybody. Today I want to talk about two of the most powerful sources and forces of our region: cities and youth leadership as enablers for sustaining life. And you know, cities are where global commitments become a reality. You see 50% of the population live in urban areas. 80% of all global economic activity is generated in cities. 60% of all global emissions happen in cities, and they are also where the place where key systems happen. You know, we have waste management, water management, land use, and infrastructure. And you know, that's why cities are uniquely, adequately the ones who are supposed to deliver biodiversity and climate solutions at a scale. And also we need to rethink the role of youth and the role of organizations, because we're often seen as advocates and participation check marks, but we also need to be seen as technical and biodiversity and scientific implementation partners. And you know, that's why we in Azul Inverde Foundation have developed the Biodiversity's Ecuador program model. And I want just to ask you something. How many of you here live in a city? Raise your hand. Almost the majority. And that's why, you know, it's logically to assess cities one action at a day. Because, for example, with our model program, we help cities in capacity building, in their circular economy initiatives, in their development of their green portfolios. And just taking the example of the city of Manta, for example, we have, well, with this approach, we help them develop a 75 million portfolio in projects that are applicable in climate resilience and sustainable urban infrastructure, all while supporting them with environmental diagnostics, with local policy development, and with also the green portfolios. I'm missing a minute. Not yet, please. I'm missing a minute. 30 seconds? There you go. There you go. And so that's why with organizations And this lesson has helped us think in something, that organizations with technical capacity and with implementation, we have a real impact. All of these taking into account that global commitments and biodiversity and the future of biodiversity and climate is not only negotiated globally, it's implemented locally, city by city, project by project, turning ambition into combating the triple planetary crisis day by day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's turn to Mandokhai. She is from Green Mongolia Hub, and she will is working for.
Voice of Desert.
Yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm not only presenting a project, I am presenting a movement. Voice of the Desert is a Mongolian initiative, but it is being built as a Euro-Asian movement for dryland resilience, restoration, and peaceful regional cooperation. This initiative will travel more than 17,000 kilometers across 6 countries, from Mongolia to China and Central Asia, and it will be promoting peaceful regional cooperation between the Euro-Asian countries. Because drylands are not empty lands. They are ecosystems, they are food systems, they are pastoral cultures, and they are livelihoods of millions of people. What makes this initiative different is it is not only expedition, it is a platform for collaboration. Our vision is simple: to transform the narrative of deserts from symbols of degradation into landscape of resilience, innovation, cooperation, and hope. And this is why we are here today, because restoring land is not only about ecology. It is about cooperation, it is about trust, it is about regional cooperation. And we warmly invite all of you to become co-creating partners in this growing movement. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. This session is closed. Thank you. Now, over to Gabriel now.
And one more big applaud. I mean, how amazing is it to be able to summarize all of the great work that you're doing, all your ambition, all of this energy into 3 minutes. Oh, it was even 2 minutes. I think this is something that we all should learn to do. With that, maybe I should also try to be very short here. We are going to actually have a little bit of a break. It is good for us to, what we want now is you to talk to each other. Go and grab a coffee, water, maybe use the restroom. Not with others, but go in and have a coffee, talk to each other, and don't forget to come back in 30 minutes. And in 30 minutes, we are going to start again. We have a super interesting panel in front of us, fabulous speakers, and a whole new round of this show and tell for us to learn what's happening on the ground. So again, be back at 4:25. And let's be on time and learn some more. Thank you so much.
Hello, can we ask the show and tell, the 4 show and tell presenters to stay, please? the photographer wants to take a photo of the four of you.
Welcome back. Oh, God, that was too loud for me. I scared myself. Welcome back, everyone. Please, we probably are going to lose a couple over the coffee break, so please come closer so we can see and hear each other. And we tried to replicate the great musicians we had here as we started, but we lost them on the way. But so please come in. We have packed next hour and a very exciting hour in front of us. And I should probably look up my notes of what we're going to do. As I mentioned, first of all, thank you everyone for the great session we had earlier. It was super great, and again, it was also very interesting to have all of the show and tell here, and the great panelists, and also the fabulous welcoming remarks. With that, we have, like I said, we have another super panel in front of us. We have more show and tell, and hopefully opportunity for you to engage with questions. And so let's get started. With that, let me invite Vivian Silole to come up, she serves as the head of Strategic Partnership, Collaboration and Sustainability at Impact Kenya, where she, among many other things, is leading the Inclusive Conservation Initiative for the program. She has very kindly offered to moderate this second panel. This panel will focus on how to operationalize the commitment and ambition that we set forth in the GEF 9 and discuss details. We already started a little bit of this in the first panel, but details around the finance, governance, accountability, that was some of that were discussed. Well, better that I stop talking and hand over to you, Vivian, and the fabulous panel that you have gathered. Good luck, everyone.
Okay. Just a minute. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. Yeah, I really hope we can start filling up soon. And thank you and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. I thought I would do my own introduction, but thank you. You've really introduced me well. And before the break, panel 1 focused on scaling ambition. Yeah, so I think the next panel will focus on perhaps the most difficult question. Yeah, how do we ensure that these commitments translate into meaningful impact on the ground? Okay, just a minute. I would want to make sure we are all doing okay. Yeah. And get my document right, I'm sorry. So, yeah, okay. Okay, I think I'll go with what I have. I might have messed this up, but welcome back, everyone. By show of hands, how are we doing? How are we feeling right now? It's the last leg of this forum. Are we happy with the discussions? Ah, nice, and thank you. So, as I've said, this panel will focus on the most difficult bit of this discussion, how we ensure these commitments are achieved. How do we make sure the resources reach the people they are intended to serve? How do we ensure civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth are not only consulted, but are able to influence decisions, shape priorities, and participate meaningfully throughout the project cycle? And at the heart of this conversation about finance, governance, and accountability is also a conversation about partnership, about who has a seat at the table, how do we ensure the whole of society approach becomes a reality in practice and not just in principle. Yeah, so to help us explore these questions, we are joined by 4 distinguished panelists who will bring perspectives from the youth, leadership, civil society governance, gender advocacy, and national level implementation. Yeah, so as they come in, I will introduce them. Please, the first panelist is Juliet Grace Luwede, joining us from Uganda. Okay. Juliet is a youth leader and environmental advocate with UNCCD Youth Caucus, with extensive experience working across land restoration, climate policy, gender equality, and youth engagement. She brings an important perspective on what it takes for youth-led initiatives to access financing, influence decisions, and move from participation to leadership. Welcome, Juliet. And next we have Arturo Ariola joining us from Mexico. Arturo serves as the Mesoamerica regional focal point for the GEF CSO network and brings more than 3 decades of experience working on governance, landscape management, participatory development with indigenous peoples and local communities. Having worked across multiple GEF cycles and institutions, he brings a deep understanding of how transparency, accountability, and civil society participation can strengthen or weaken the effectiveness of environmental financing and governance systems. And next, we have Eda. Yeah. Eda serves as the chair of the CBD Women's Caucus, Board of Directors, and formal observer of women in the GBFF Council, with over 18 years of Mexico's Ministry of Environment, leading the biodiversity, biosafety, and natural resource national and international agendas. She also held senior roles, including national focal point for the Nagoya Protocol and deputy environment attorney for Mexico City. From the civil society arena, she was the senior environment policy advisor for AVAZ. She is recognized for her work supporting indigenous peoples, particularly indigenous women in CBD, UNFCCC, and UN Permanent Forum. Yeah. And finally, we have Hoda El Shodfi from Egypt. Hoda serves as the Africa's regional representative in GEF 9 replenishment process and has been deeply involved in GEF programming and implementation for more than a decade. Wow. Having served as both a GEF Council member and a leader for Egypt's GEF unit, she brings the perspective of an operational focal point where global commitments must be translated into national priorities, partnerships, and action. So yeah, welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so I'll take a seat next to my panelists. Okay, so a quick reminder again, this panel will still take the shape of the first panel, whereby we'll have each one of you will have an opening question around 5 minutes, and then a shorter question where we get to go deeper for 3 minutes, and a rapid 1-sentence statement. Yeah, so Juliet, let me start with you. You are with the UNCCD Youth Caucus in Uganda, and you've seen up close what happens when youth-led initiatives try to access environmental finance and try to get a seat at the decision-making table. Tell us briefly about your work with the UNCCD Caucus, what gets in the way for youth-led initiatives trying to access these decision-making spaces and environmental financing, and what would meaningful youth engagement in GEF 9 look like, including in financing, programming, and spaces like national steering committees?
Thank you, Vivian. That's a mouthful question, given that it's the first question as well. I'll start by asking, how many of us know about UNCCD by show of hands? And it's an acronym. I know she used an acronym before I actually get into what UNCCD is. Who knows about UNCCD? 1, 2, okay. Oh, finally, a room of people that know what UNCCD is. I'm often asked, what's UNCCD? Is that also a UN convention? what do you guys do? So UNCCD is the United Nations Convention that looks at the combating desertification and drought, for those that are hearing it for the very first time. And what's the UNCCD Youth Caucus? So the UNCCD Youth Caucus is the formally recognized mechanism within the UNCCD process that brings together young people that are working, again, to combat desertification and drought, other grassroots working on restoration work, to engage with the processes and procedures of UNCCD. So that's who the Youth Caucus is. I've been the global focal point for the last 2 years. My mandate ended early this year, and now have a vibrant new global focal points. But in my mandate, and right now as a member of the Youth Caucus, we continue to mobilize young people from different spheres and different countries that are addressing desertification issues, drought issues, bringing them together to participate within the UNCCD processes. This year we'll have our 17th Conference of Parties, again, where we'll speak to different parties. By this we mean countries, in terms of what does meaningful youth engagement look like. In my time with the UNCCD, one of the things that we've seen happen is that when we think about meaningful youth engagement, it doesn't have to be just a tick box. In the history of UNCCD, or in the history of the different conventions, and here I'm speaking about UNCBD, the Convention on Biodiversity, UNFCCC, climate change, which majority of us are aware of, we are the only ones within the convention's framework that have a youth engagement strategy, because the parties ask themselves, we are talking about youth engagement, but what does this youth engagement actually mean? How do we engage young people in a process that they're just coming to know about, they're just coming to learn about, but also how do we effectively engage them? So this youth engagement strategy for UNCCD addresses 5 areas. One is on capacity building. What does capacity building for young people actually look like? Because when we come into these spaces, as young people are saying, oh, we need you to build our capacities. So the parties ask themselves, what does capacity building actually mean? When you say capacity building, can you break it down? So we are looking at capacity building in terms of technical capacity building. Is it understanding how the GEF process works? How do you get access to GEF financing? So that's already capacity building in itself. The other element is how do we have young people engage with policy making processes within their countries, within their regions, but also at a global stage. So that's another area that the youth engagement strategy addresses. The third one is on finance. So when we're speaking about finance, we are always saying young people need access to money. We need access to resources to support the implementation of the work that we are doing on ground. But usually when we write project proposals, we don't answer the questions that are required to meet the financing needs that we actually, for the monies that we need. So that's also another component. But also, who are the financiers that can support the work that young people are doing? So that's another element. The other element is, I come from a country, Uganda, where 70% of my population is young people below the ages of 35, but of this 70%, 60% is young people below the ages of 18. Right? So there's a huge gap, but also a huge opportunity in there, but majority of us are unemployed. And when we're speaking about unemployment, we usually think about unemployment of Juliet has gone to university, she has a university degree, so she now has formal employment. We tend to leave out informal employment opportunities, so everyone is ranked as unemployed. So within the UNCCD Youth Engagement Strategy, we are looking at employment opportunities from the aspect of green jobs, right? So if we're speaking about green jobs, are we creating new green jobs, or we are greening the already existing jobs? So that's also another element that the UNCCD Youth Engagement Strategy tends to address. So the question around how can meaningful youth engagement within GEF 9, what would that require? And I'm responding in the aspect of UNCCD and the work that we've done. Again, bringing it back to the youth engagement strategy, that would have, one would need to look beyond just the consultations. Last year, GEF had a couple of regional meetings that happened, and as the Youth Caucus, we had the opportunity to send young people into these meetings from the different regions to represent and bring youth perspectives into these meetings. So that's already a good step forward in terms of how GEF is thinking about youth engagement. Yes, we have these regional consultations, do we have young voices in these rooms? And it wasn't just young people from within the youth caucus, even young people from the other youth constituencies. Gibbon was represented, Yungo was represented, young people from UNEP were represented. So that's a step forward that GEF has done in terms of, we are speaking about youth engagement, but we should look at it from the different mayors that we are funding. The other aspect, again, which keeps coming up over and over again, is the funding question. When we speak about access to GEF funds, we are always immediately sent to the small grants, right? They tell us, apply for the small grants. But when you look at the requirements of the small grants, as a young person working within a youth organization, the requirements are very hard for me to meet, right? In terms of, they're not looking at it at the scale of, are you a youth organization or are you already an established CSO organization? Because even the established CSO organizations usually do not meet the requirements of these small grants. So for GEF 9, are we able to rethink what small grants actually means and the access to these small grants? Because it's easy for you to say, yes, GEF has money under the small grants, but the implementing agencies and the requirements that they put across for these small grants, do we actually meet them? And to sort of close it off, to close the question that you've asked, I think at the end of the day, ultimately what needs to happen within GEF or even GEF 9 is the recognition of young people in these processes. What would this recognition of young people within the GEF processes look like? Are we being recognized as beneficiaries or are we being recognized as partners within GEF implementing processes? If we are being recognized as partners, what does young people being a partner to GEF actually mean? Can young people be invited to answer the partnership question, right? We are innovating on the ground, but can our innovations also get the recognition that they need at the end of the day? And lastly, for us to be able to achieve environmental and sustainable development goals, we have to work as a whole of society, and I think that's something Segar also mentioned in the opening earlier. So it doesn't have to be just youth or women or civil society. Are we able to collaborate and bring our different energies and resources together to answer the work and do work together with GEF and the different partners in this arena? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juliet, for that very insightful contributions. And maybe just to summarize what you've said, you've talked about how meaningful participation means, having the youth in the room, recognition of their contributions, and not just a tick box. Yeah, and finance and meaningful participation should go hand in hand, and not just finance, making it accessible to the youth. Thank you. So Arturo, I'll come to you now, and Arturo will speak in Spanish, so you can get your headphones on kindly. So Arturo, you've worked across multiple GEF cycles, and you've seen how civil society engagement has evolved over time. Building on Juliet's reflection, I would like to zoom out from the youth perspective and look at the wider governance architecture. Tell us briefly about your work with the GEF CSO network and what you have seen across the GEF cycles on how partnership has engaged civil society, particularly on transparency and accountability. And from that experience, what are the governance lessons that should shape GEF 9 if a whole of society approach is going to be real?
Gracias. Por favor, pónganse sus audífonos porque voy a hablar completamente en español y si no, pues mi mensaje no va a poder ser entendido. ¿Por qué hago esto? Porque si hablamos de inclusión, la inclusión se ejerce desde estas formas, ¿sí? En la que no todos estamos obligados a hablar, a entender o a platicar y practicar el inglés. Tenemos nuestras propias lenguas, tenemos nuestros propios idiomas, tenemos nuestras propias culturas y ese es el principio básico de la inclusión. Así que disculpen a los que no hablan español, pero bueno, tampoco están muy atentos los que dan los equipos para que haya más gente que pueda tener la traducción simultánea. Gracias a quienes pensaron que yo podía aportar algo en esta mesa. También aprovecho para mandarle un saludo a mis amigos de Chiapas, allá en México, aunque sé que no me están oyendo porque todos están durmiendo seguramente, ¿no? Pero un saludo para todos ellos, para todos los integrantes de la red de OCCs del GEF, para aquí las distinguidas compañeras del panel, ¿no? Y para todas y todos ustedes. Con la fácil pregunta que me hizo Vivian, pensé en que tenía que hacer un conjunto de respuestas todavía más fáciles, porque el reto es muy complejo. Yo lo que he visto en el GEF es que todavía coexisten el día de hoy formas de entender a la sociedad civil que pertenecen al siglo pasado, ¿no? Esta forma de ver a la sociedad civil como objeto. Todavía, incluso en los proyectos está la palabra beneficiario, ¿no? Alguien que necesita un beneficio y que alguien le da un beneficio. Dejemos ya esas palabras en la historia, así como en los libros que vemos ahí donde estamos comiendo. Dejemos esas palabras ya en ese archivo de la historia. No. Beneficiarios, nada. Sujetos, sí, y de derechos. Pero ahora, en este momento que estamos pensando, viviendo, la idea de ser sujetos es que somos como sujetos de consulta, que nos tienen que preguntar, aunque después se dan la vuelta y se olvidan lo que nos preguntaron y se olvidan de lo que les dijimos, ¿sí? O solo escuchan lo que creen que es lo que dijimos. No, tampoco sujetos. Somos actores y somos actores primarios, ¿sí? Oí, con todo respeto, oí todavía algunas voces, porque incluso nosotros mismos nos compramos ese cuento, de que necesitamos ayuda. Nosotros no necesitamos ayuda, nosotros necesitamos justicia, ¿sí? Y lo justo es que las comunidades, los pueblos indígenas, las mujeres, los jóvenes y la sociedad civil tengan una participación justa y equitativa en la gobernanza del GEF. No es ayuda, es justicia. Y ahí, cambiando esas narrativas, es que podemos cambiar muchas cosas. Yo empecé hace más de 20 años como coordinador de un Medium Size Project, siendo nuestra organización la agencia ejecutora del Medium Size. Eso se empezó tuvimos una época de auge y después se empezó a perder, y todo se fue como al Small Ground Problem, al programa de pequeñas donaciones, ¿sí? Como dijo mi compañera, ¿tienes algo? Ve con pequeñas donaciones, ¿sí? Pero tenemos problemas de este tamaño para pequeñas donaciones. Así que tenemos la tarea de regresar en el camino, de reconstruir en el camino. Ahora, los temas en los que la sociedad civil debe involucrarse con todos los actores sociales y políticos dentro del GEF deben dejar atrás la mirada de la asesoría, la consultoría, y ahora debemos dar paso a la mirada de ser socios. Somos socios, ¿no? Tenemos un objetivo y problemas comunes. Bueno, a veces no tan comunes, ¿verdad? Pero lo que sí compartimos es una mirada y un bien común que tenemos no solo que cuidar, sino que mejorar e incrementar. ¿Se necesita una nueva arquitectura? Sí, que haga efectiva la inclusión, porque el tema ya no es la inclusión. Ya aquí están las mujeres, los jóvenes y los pueblos indígenas. Luchamos mucho para eso. Ya están. Ahora hay que poner a esos actores a jugar, y a jugar como actores primarios. ¿Cómo? En un ecosistema de colaboración, no en un ecosistema de competencia. Por favor, que no nos pongan a competir, y menos por quién tiene ahora acceso a más dinero, y entonces las mujeres van a tener más dinero, los indígenas van a tener… No, olvídense de eso. El único camino que tenemos hacia el futuro es la colaboración, ¿sí? Esa colaboración nos hace ver el mundo, o nos tiene que hacer el mundo, como dicen las hermanas feministas, no para pedir una porción más del pastel, sino para cambiar la receta del pastel. Eso es por lo que estamos aquí, no por más dinero, Sí, por más dinero, pero no solo es por más dinero, ¿sí? Creo que dos cosas son muy importantes para esta nueva arquitectura. Una arquitectura con enfoque multinivel, territorial. Es decir, si hay estos 5 grupos de participación a nivel global, estos 5 grupos de participación tienen que estar a nivel nacional y estos 5 grupos de participación tienen que estar a nivel regional y estos 5 grupos de participación tienen que estar a nivel local. Y tienen que articularse entre sí en las diversas escalas. Porque si no, lo que va a pasar es que los del global pues van a andar mucho tiempo en aviones, muy felices, ¿no? Y nunca van a estar en contacto con los del territorio. Tenemos que hacer esta cosa que se anide, que se integre, ¿no? Y la otra es el tema de la formación. Y ahí también tenemos una tarea muy importante. La formación de capacidades no es producto de la casualidad, es producto de un proceso. Y entonces necesitamos implementar mecanismos. Si ustedes quieren, díganle escuelas, a mí no me importa cómo le quieran decir, pero necesitamos mecanismos de formación de la sociedad civil a nivel regional, donde esas capacidades que se necesitan desarrollar no nos tarden 15 años, ¿sí? Nos tarden el tiempo que tengan que tardar y además nos obliguen a que las nuevas generaciones de organizaciones de la sociedad civil aprendan en un entorno de constante cambio. Ahí dejo mi primera respuesta. Gracias.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Arturo. I had to join in the clapping. Yeah, so, and I like the way you started that beneficiaries is now outdated and we are moving to partnerships, yeah? We need to nurture a collaborative ecosystem, yeah? In terms of partnerships from all the way from consultations to the end of projects, yeah? And we all share a common good and vision, yeah. So that was really great. So I'll move on to the next critical dimension of accountability. Whether resources are reaching the key enablers and players such as women and women-led organizations in ways that create real impact on the ground. Adam, yeah, so tell us briefly about your work with the CBD, Women Caucus, and what you have seen at the intersection of gender, biodiversity, and finance. With GEF 9 and the GBFF on the table, what does gender-responsive financing and programming actually need to look like for resources to reach women, women-led grassroots organizations directly and not get absorbed in transit? Yeah, it's a big question. Welcome.
Thank you, Vivian. I'm Mexican, but I am going to speak English to be inclusive also. I will be reading my notes, so I ask for the room indulgence. I don't want to extend my intervention, and jet lag is hitting very hard now. So I am here representing not only the CBD Women's Caucus, but also the other official women's constituency from the different international environmental conventions that the GEF serves. And we bring the voices of women and girls in all our diversity around the world to the global environmental arena. Regarding the intersection of gender and environmental finance, well, it has just yet to be developed. Echoing Arturo and focusing on the GEF processes, there is a lack of references, opportunities, and directions for women engagement, contributions, rights, and roles. Women are still too often considered only as a number of beneficiaries in projects, and this number can still just be calculated. Therefore, we have asked for the GEF 9 policy to request projects to demonstrate who and how they are benefiting these people and how people on the ground are being involved. GEF investments should reflect how women are empowered, and report frameworks need to show the role of women in decision-making and environmental governance. GEF 9 must integrate inclusiveness, equality, equity, gender responsiveness, gender justice, and right-based approaches, as the convention said, to actively contribute to transform structural inequalities. This is a matter of justice, but also of efficiency, as gender justice, human rights, and environmental effectiveness are mutually reinforcing and essential for achieving lasting global environmental benefits. So how to avoid that gender responsiveness in GEF programs and projects is reduced to counting the number of women beneficiaries or calculating them? Well, we strongly recommend the inclusion of a requirement to ensure alignment with relevant instruments of gender in their most relevant versions. Let me mention 2 examples. The CBD Gender Plan of Action, with specific actions and expected results, was adopted by CBD COP15 in 2022, along with the famous Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which has a gender-responsive and right-based approaches as mandatory for its implementation. And then we have also a specific target on gender, that is Target 23. And we have also the UNFCCC Gender Action Plan adopted by COP30 just last December. The central goal of the CBD Gender Plan of Action is to ensure that gender perspectives are integrated into all biodiversity policies, strategies, and programs. Another major pillar is ensuring the full and effective participation of women in biodiversity governance at all levels. Regarding finance and accountability, the GPA, as we call it, calls for governments and institutions, including financial institutions, to adopt dedicated financial resources for gender mainstreaming and institutional accountability mechanisms, among other strategies. Target 23 of the GBF focuses on ensuring gender equality and gender-responsive approaches for biodiversity actions. Again, this is not just titles, we have actions there. Regarding the Belém Gender Action Plan, the new plan for the Climate Convention, includes stronger emphasis on women's participation and leadership in climate governance, expanded attention to finance, technology, and data, and measures to support gender-responsive climate implementation, among other key points in the updated version. This call we are presenting is particularly important, considering that the GEF policy for gender equality was published in 2018, 8 years ago. So this policy should be updated to better guide parties and implementing agencies in effectively complying with gender responsiveness, especially in the light of the recent detraction on the respect for the rights, human rights, and women's rights that we are witnessing in every global agenda. They are deleting the reference to rights. And more particularly in GEF 9, that calls for deliberate shift in emphasis, which underscores the need for the GEF to move beyond measuring results toward actively managing for results, fostering evidence-based decision-making, learning, and adaptive management. This is from the GEF 9 policy. Well, regarding the gender-responsive financing and programming, actually, I'm in my last. How should it look like? We have a very concrete message that we replicate everywhere. Direct access to funding must become a core principle of transformative environmental funding. Direct, flexible, culturally appropriate, adequate, and timely access to funding is essential to ensure that resources reach those working in the front lines on biodiversity conservation, on climate resilience, on sustainable resource management. correct access modalities, accreditation procedures, and due diligence requirements continue to create these proportional barriers for women-led organizations, grassroots groups, and community-based actors. So we bring recommendations also that it includes the creation of these windows for direct access that has already been mentioned on the resource mobilization strategy for the GBFF fund. And these windows have to be directed for, excuse my repetition, for direct access for women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities.
Thank you, Eda.
I'll start there. Thank you.
Sorry, I hate to cut you short, but anyway, we are pressed on time, and I would like to be efficient, and please give Eda a clap. And maybe just to highlight, you've given us the gender responsive frameworks that should guide us, but the key thing that you've talked about is about gender responsive financing, which is not just about how much money is disbursed, but who, how, and what. So I'll go now to our fourth speaker, Hoda, and now you'll get to tell us how these ambitions become reality within national systems. So your question will be, tell us briefly about your work and engagement with the GEF and what you see as the GEF operational focal points role in making whole of society real, not just in language, but in how the country portfolio gets shaped. And what does the national steering committees need to look like for civil society, IPLCs, women, and youth to be in the room, in the same room as partners? Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for this introduction, and thanks. I want to thank you here, the team of the CSO network, for inviting me here today. And it's not the first time to join one of your panels, but really a little bit, I'm impressed of how it's going here. And let me go a little bit back, step back. When it comes to my work and engagement with the GEF, I've been working with the GEF portfolio at the country, on the country level since 2008, and then I've been, so I started before the star is here. But I saw the small grant program was there on the national level, working closely with the government. So I didn't feel a little bit odd or anything to work with the NGOs or civil society, although when it comes to the gender balance a little bit, we can see here in this room, lots of, it's balance. And even back in Cairo, you can find, I used to have my boss, my previous minister was a lady, I was her assistant. So more or less we felt this, it was okay for us. I didn't feel this, whatever, a little bit your concern. Maybe it's on my country level, it was fine. But I'm here a little bit when we saw, when we went throughout the GEF process, maybe we were one of the countries that, asked and requested to have the youth with us, really to be there presented, because by end of the day, if we were going to work as a governmental bodies, the eldest people are going to do this work only slowly. We are not going to have, the second generation or whatever, to have it with us on board. So a little bit, when it comes to my work and engagement, it's been so hard to work with this portfolio, because a little bit we are facing a lot. Not only the CSO network or the small grant program is facing it, but also on the country level, we are all facing major, decreasing on the allocation. So right now, one of the affected countries with this, this allocation is going to be one of us. It's Egypt, and. When it comes to, for example, I'm going to give you some examples when it comes to shaping our portfolio. Already in Egypt, we do have two steering committees, one for the small grant program, and we are already member at this steering committee, and also the small grant program is a part of our GEF National Steering Committee. So we are both on board. Currently, while, for restructuring the the National Steering Committee, according to the new updates that's happening all around, we are starting formulating and including not only the small grant program, but we are going to open it for the NGOs, available NGOs who's not part of the small grant program. And we already invited the private sector to be part of this and the banking sector, because a little bit we want to be open, you know, because by end of the GEF 9, we don't know if we are really in need to have or to go through the blended finance on the country level. And also, when it comes also what a room for partners, not consultation steps, we do have to go throughout all of this. First of all, when we received, you know, as I was part of the GEF 9 replenishment, so a little bit I had some headlines about the direction. So I did sort of a summary and send it to all line ministries, you know, to start preparing their portfolio, their proposal, a little bit to take a step ahead and to be ready. We received lots of proposals already right now, and also the agencies approach us. Not only that, but also I received lots of messages throughout NGOs via LinkedIn sometimes, you know, by some phone calls, and I usually respond. I'm trying my best on the governmental body, governmental level, sorry, to be there and to include everyone on board. And here I am and trying to fit around. And only one mistake about my title. I'm Assistant Minister for Ecotourism Affairs and Head of the GEF, National GEF Unit, and I'm advisor for the our operational focal point. So more or less, I don't want to take too much when it comes to this, but maybe in the next question, I will let you know some new ideas about what I'm doing.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you, Hoda. By now, you've helped us ground this discussion in terms of what inclusion looks like when it's translated into country portfolios, coordination mechanisms, and inclusive decision-making. And I would want to now adapt the second round, because we still have 2 rounds of questions. So the second round will be a rapid, then the last round will be a more rapid. So instead of 3 minutes, I'll give you 1 minute to answer your question. Yeah, so Juliet, back to you. What opportunities does GEF 9 create for stronger youth engagement, and how do we make sure those opportunities are real and not just signals on paper? 1 minute, kindly.
Thank you, Vivian. I'll try. I can't promise that I'll stick to the 1 minute, but I'll try. So one thing is GEF 9 does represent an opportunity for youth engagement from the margins to actually come to the center. What this actually does, it's creating an opportunity for young people, not just as beneficiaries of the project, but also as partners, implementers, and accountability actors. We are saying that small grants are not working. We are holding the GEF accountable in that manner. So what this could mean is there is need for greater support for youth-led initiatives, stronger participation in youth project design, governance, and dedicated funding windows, because that's also an element that's still missing, and not just for the youth, but gender also for the civil societies. And also ensuring that youth are actually partners across the different GEF partnership cycles. However, these opportunities for them to actually be meaningful, they need to be backed up with concrete commitment. So we actually need commitment from the GEF, because often we are looking at youth engagement as, oh, we are engaging young people, but can it also be reflective in a way that the decision-making structures for GEF actually show up? To summarize, because I had a lot to say, I would say young people, we are more than CSOs. We are right holders. We belong to the right holders groups, and we are an intergenerational equity sort of group that, so our perspectives need to show up in a way that they deserve to show up, right? The other thing is GEF needs to move beyond just engagement, but can we focus on participation, again, from project design, project review, and implementation? And the third one, I think that would also help us hold even GEF and the other partners even more accountable, and I'm looking at you, Gabriela, is can we get a GEF youth engagement strategy that actually spells out how GEF sees itself engaging with young people? What does this engagement of young people look like from a GEF perspective?
Thank you. Gabriel is helping me with the time. Please scare them. So Arturo, your question would be, civil society plays different roles across the GEF partnership, the CSO network, IPAG, civil society in NSCs, civil society as executing partners in projects. Which of these is the strongest levers for monitoring results and improving delivery in GEF 9? And where do those roles need to be sharpened?
Bueno, uno es dar más tiempo para las respuestas que un minuto, ¿no? Creo que es importante, voy a tratar de ser muy breve y muy puntual. El primer punto es tratar de sincronizar tres relojes, que no es fácil. El primero es el reloj de las reposiciones. Ese es de cada 4 años y es un ciclo que creo que se tiene que mirar casi como si fueran las Olimpiadas. Es decir, hay que empezar a prepararse desde el año que viene para la 10ª reposición. Y eso no solo es una preparación que se tiene que hacer en el secretariado, se tiene que hacer también desde la sociedad civil, desde los grupos diversos de la sociedad civil. Tienen que iniciarse ya los diálogos a nivel nacional para que pasemos tal vez en el segundo año a los diálogos a nivel regional. Y eso nos permita tener diálogos interseccionales entre los diversos grupos de cara a la asamblea que se hace cada 4 años. Hay que organizar esa secuencia, ¿no? Para que tenga lógica la real colaboración entre los actores. El segundo engrane es el de las reuniones del Consejo, que son cada 6 meses. Y ahí necesitamos actores más permanentes que estén enlazados con el anterior ciclo, pero también están actualizados constantemente, porque eso es cada 6 meses. Y luego tenemos el reloj del ciclo de proyectos, que también tiene su propia lógica y su propia temática. Ahí yo creo que, como dijo mi compañera, hay que vernos como sujetos, como actores de derechos. Y la noción de consentimiento previo, libre e informado, que aplica obligatoriamente con los pueblos indígenas, también aplica con toda la sociedad civil, porque todos tenemos el derecho al ambiente sano y equilibrado, no solo los poseedores del territorio. Así que ese principio lo vamos a tener que hacer extensivo, donde es importantísimo que ingresemos por la puerta grande, como estas puertas de acá, de esta zona del mundo, es en la parte de ejecución, de diseño, de seguimiento y evaluación. Ahí necesitamos generar alianzas, como dice Vivian, ¿no? Muy fuertes con la unidad independiente de evaluación, el área independiente de evaluación, y con el área de científica y técnica del GEF. El tercer punto, y solo me faltan 2 más, ¿no? Es, como dijo muy bien aquí mi compatriota querida, tenemos que revisar todas las políticas y directrices que están ahora vigentes, porque para el año 2030 ya no nos van a servir y no responden a la nueva arquitectura de toda la sociedad civil. Así que, gran tarea, Faisal, gran tarea, Gabriela. Hay que organizar toda esa discusión en esos 4 años, porque como dices, ¿no? Ya van a estar caducas para el final de esta reposición. Y más en esta nueva era de la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Creo que un punto muy importante está muy bien el Small Ground Problem, lo queremos mucho, que siga. Este año tal vez no tiene muchos fondos, pero los recuperará. Y necesitamos nuevas formas creativas de incrementar el programa de pequeñas donaciones. A lo mejor no solo programitas chiquitos, sino agrupaciones de programas chiquitos que en el territorio hagan más que uno. Pero necesitamos abrir formalmente nuevamente el acceso a los medium size y a los full size projects para las organizaciones de la sociedad civil que sean ejecutoras. Eso es importantísimo. Para ello, propongo un primer 20% de reducción mínimo hacia el GEF 10 de las barreras burocráticas que significa para las OSCs, los pueblos indígenas, los grupos de mujeres, los grupos de jóvenes, para acceder a esos fondos. Por lo menos el 20%, si quieren, sean más ambiciosos, por favor, ¿no? El siguiente punto, las OSCs, las organizaciones, para ejecutar estos proyectos, no vivimos de la caridad pública. Necesitamos fondos para eso. Y antes teníamos derecho a un overhead para los proyectos. Así que vamos por otro 20%, recuperar el 20% en los proyectos que van directo a las organizaciones para el overhead. Las organizaciones ahora están viviendo solo de proyectos y cada vez hay menos fondos para el mantenimiento de las propias ONGs o de las OSCs derivado de los proyectos. Así hay que regresar. Pero no es nada que yo esté inventando. Las agencias implementadoras tienen porcentajes importantes para mantenerse a sí mismos. Un último punto, ¿te parece? ¿Sale? Okay. Vale. Y el último punto es, necesitamos construir un nuevo sistema de indicadores de resultados del GEF, ¿sí? Que no consideren solo lo medible, sino también lo pensado, lo imaginado y lo soñado, porque ahí es donde está el centro de las narrativas de los cambios, ¿sí? No es cierto que solo lo que se puede medir es lo que existe, también existe lo que está en nuestro corazón y en nuestros sueños. Gracias.
Thank you, Arturo. Next question to Eda on accountability. On accountability, who should be tracking whether GEF 9 is actually closing the gender gap and how? And where do women caucuses and women-led organizations fit in the governance side of this?
Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Who? The World Bank, to ensure efficient and effective investment of the GEF funds. Not only the small grants program, everyone, everything. The GEF Secretariat to timely report to the councils for needed amendments. The countries' governments that submitted projects or that are backing up projects, and the implementing agencies. Everyone. That is how I have mentioned that there are blueprints adopted by the parties that are also the parties to the GEF that say this plan, gender plan, say how, when, with what, etc. It's not only mentioning, oh, let's support women, no. Regarding women's in governments, we are sure that governance systems across the GEF and the GBFF must be strengthened to be equitable, representative, and transparent in order to strengthen legitimacy, effectiveness, and accountability. As the Women and Gender Caucus, we are representing solutions built from the bottom up by women from around the world who are making a difference on the ground. GEF 9 governance must be strengthened to ensure inclusive decision-making and equitable representation. We are not only talking about participation, we are talking representation too. So we ask to be recognized as a GEF architecture as a dedicated mechanism contributing to discussions on environmental funding, governance, policy coherence, access to information, and justice. Moreover, transparency, inclusiveness, and effectiveness of the GEF governance structures, consultation mechanisms, and decision-making processes should also be strengthened, and because we have a specific example for the GBF Fund Council. We are observers to the Council, and even if we have been constitutionally helped, supported by the Secretariat, we have still very limited power to impact on the Council's decisions because we are not included in the processes. So I won't repeat what my previous panelists have said, but we have to be included in the processes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eda. Give Eda a clap, thank you. So we move back to the national level. And Hoda, a question for you. The GEF9 programming directions currently says IPLCs, CSOs, women and youth will be encouraged to participate in the NSCs. From an OFP perspective, how can GEF9 actually support more effective and more inclusive national partnerships?
Okay, when it comes to this point, maybe I highlighted our experience on the national level. We are trying our best to include everyone. You know, there is a nice example who's happening in Egypt that who's hosting the small grant program, for example, is one of your CSO network accredited NGOs. So this is one model, and we are working already together. Yes, he's here right now, represented. But not only this, we are trying to include everyone because one of them, not due to the GEF restriction, but you know, one of the highlights of the project document to present it to the GEF is to have the sustainability measure and to have the gender balance. And the sustainability measure is really tricky for all of the country. You know, that sustainability measure is, it's within, you know, having everyone on board and with you from the start. And this is what we started to do. Maybe this is what the GEF can work on, maybe raising a little bit awareness to the countries, you know, doing sort of viral session, I don't know, sort of, you know, experience exchange throughout the countries. It will be an added value really in this point because you know, having this portfolio when it comes to the GEF9 is going to be really hard. The amounts are decreasing, and to have everyone on board, it's going to be hard, but having, you know, the right people, especially when it comes to the youth, the NGOs with us on board when it comes to the proper design of the project, it's important. Another thing, you know, we are taking part, we are doing sort of a public consultation during the phase out, you know, for the design of the small grant program project, you know, on the governorates level. And also we are trying to do the same when it comes to the GEF big portfolio, because we are already connecting the big project with a small project, because they are, you know, helping each other. And we want to see it, the sustainability part, you know, implemented throughout the local community, the youth, and women, of course, to be included, and to see this gender balance. And everyone, you know, end of the day is going to be there included, which is going to be add more on our national, you know, portfolio, and it's going to be added to the portfolio as the country here at the GEF. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Hoda, and everyone else. We are now wrapping up. Please, yeah, thank you. So we are coming to the end of this panel. There's still more, and I would like for us to wrap up with, just like the other panel, with a final round of reflection. Just in one sentence, please note sentence, not a paragraph. In one sentence, tell us if GEF9 does one thing on finance, governance, or accountability, what is that one thing? If GEF does one thing on finance, governance, or accountability, what is that one thing? Juliet, one sentence, kind of.
I'll try. I'll start by re-echoing Arturo's sentiments. What gets measured gets prioritized. So if one thing GEF can do, it should make youth engagement measurable, establish clear indicators for youth participation, leadership, and access to resources across its portfolio.
Thank you. Arturo?
Yo sí escribí mi línea. Y la línea dice, toda la sociedad, todos los territorios, una nueva arquitectura para la gobernanza del GEF. Paz para la tierra, paz para la humanidad, paz para la naturaleza. Gracias.
Thank you. Eda?
I never able to do something in just one sentence, but well, I will try to. Using one word, I would say inclusion. And inclusion in finance is operationalizing the Windows approach that was suggested for the GBFF provided that these windows have access, a direct access modality for women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities. In governance is participating in all the process, not only at the very end, like watching what is happening. And in accountability, if you get the 1 and the 2, you got accountability.
Thank you. Hoda?
Maybe when it comes to the GEF, already we can see it already. They did it on ground. They did it started from the GEF 8 assembly. We are all here included. You know, everyone is here on board. So please, the CSO or the youth or the women, please, if you have, I think not only the GEF can help, but your government can help. Go directly to them, they will listen, because already they know the importance of working together. So it's together, and the inclusion is really important in this, this period of time. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I know it's not easy, but well put for all of you. I don't know whether we have a few minutes for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, no. So thank you to my panelists. Thank you so much, Juliet, Arturo, Eda, and Hoda. And thank you to everyone else in the room for your time, attention, and contributions. Yeah, a lot of messages have come out today, and we've all had, and I don't think I even have that time to highlight. I would like just to say thank you and hand over this next session to Gabrielle. So thank you, everyone.
Again, as I leave, thank you so much. Thank you. Well, this was I also absolutely have no ability to summarize this. One of the things that I was thinking to myself as I was listening, though, was I'm glad that we have a recording and that we can listen to the recording of this session. So I'm just going to say to everyone, if you want to go back and hear what they said, then go to the recording that will be on our website. That's what I will do, that because I learned and I heard a lot. And when the second thing that I felt was really, we need more conversations. And I think Arturo said it. You know, we need maybe a little bit less of panels and a little bit more conversations to understand where we both are coming from and what we can do together. And that is one thing that I think we can take away from this. But it's not for me to make any closing. I just had to reflect myself. But with that, we do have one of those super great snapshots, show and tell, the 2 minutes, those that really knows on how to say something in 2 minutes, which we all should probably learn to do. So let me now introduce Laura Bermudez to come. You are part of the Women and Gender Caucus, and I'm going to hand it over to you to hand it over to all of these great presentations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you all for being here until this hour. I know this is the last slot for this CSO forum, but it will be very nice. This is the second session for show and tell, so we are going to have 4 speakers to talk about the community innovation and experiences. And for me, as a family from the GEF, it's a pleasure to be here. I was in the government for more than 10 years, and now I am here with the civil society, which is a very, very nice experience. And thank you for everybody, and thank you for the Women Caucus also for this opportunity. So I'm gonna call for my speakers. So please, Richard, come here. Richard. Mukutse, please come to the podium. Emina and Maria Fernanda. So we are going to have this session. We hopefully have 2 to 3 minutes, but no more than 3 minutes, please. In the first place, we are going to have Richard Grokun from Tuvalu Climate Action Network and talk a little bit about community-led climate resilience innovation. So, Richard, you have the floor. You want to speak here?
No.
This? Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't operate well.
Okay. Probably I'm gonna see. It's working?
Yeah.
Yes.
So. Okay, Talofa and warm greetings. Yeah, just additional to the flag of Tuvalu and also the location of Tuvalu, something that to add it on to Tuvalu that it is a total area of 26 kilometer square, and also total of population living in Tuvalu is approximately 12,000 people. So within Tuvalu, our organization Tucan has a strong vision to protect the people and the environment of Tuvalu, where sustainable development benefits all people of Tuvalu. Yeah, with this, we just go deep directly to the impacts that are faced by our small country Tuvalu, mostly the impact of sea level rise that bring a lot of challenges to us. And not only with the challenges, but our community has learned to be innovative and also to take leadership and also to be resilient. So from these small challenges that we have, we also have come with the idea of a digital canoe. We know that our islands are separated in the vast ocean and we are remoted. So our ancestors used canoe to connect to our communities and other islands. So for now, we are using these available digital tools to connect to our communities, which we are empowering youth to take the leadership in these innovation ideas and also to record local traditional knowledge where we don't lose any of this our traditional knowledge. So this is a kind of traditional digital canoe that we build for our climate resilience. And with that, we are moving into community-led resilient innovations in Tuvalu, where are led by our own people, where they don't wait to receive help, but they move on to take the initiative to build resilient for the future from the ground up. So as you can see from here. So with this is one of the important approaches, as this is a locally led and owned by our own people, which is low cost, and also it is adaptable to our remote islands also. And with this, we come with a call to action, where local communities must be at the center of climate innovation. Though Tuvalu is small, but there are rooms where we place innovation, leadership, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. And I love your sentence about the small islands, big challenges. So your experience with local communities and they need to be at the center of the climate resilience innovation is very interesting. Thank you, Richard. So we're going to have Muketse Juliet Mutera from the Youth Development Initiative Trust to amplify change and GEF small grant program.
Okay, so Youth Development Initiative Trust was funded with $50,000 to implement a project to, Youth Development Initiative Trust was funded $50,000 to implement a project to train 50 women on semi-intensive fish farming. So this project was, the core objective was to train and to equip and sustain these women in fish farming, and also to promote environmental resilience and to forge a sustainable market for these women. So at the end, we did the survey. There was economic gains. There was 78% protein intake increase. There was also 62% increase in household food consumption, and 8 women managed to cover tuition fee for their 13 children, and then there was 54% increase in other basic needs, and there was increase of vegetation cover in household, and then the women also, after the harvest, the women only managed to supply 24% of the demand of the market. They didn't manage to supply the whole market. They only managed 24%. The innovation part, each woman had a 10 by 10 pond by their household, 10 by 10 by 1.5 meter pond, and they got the 1,500 fingerlings of tilapia, and also they got 165 DC pump, 165 DC pump and a solar panel. So the innovation part, we made a mobile application called Hovedzedu in Shona, which is our fish in English. So this application, it provided knowledge about fish farming, it provided real-time tracking, it also provided assistance in case you want to ask something or you need assistance with anything. So this application helped us doing this. So the future vision is to build a strong, empowered community through targeted farming and environmental conservation. And then the next slide is the gallery where you can see the process, the women, those with disabilities use us harvesting the fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mukotsi. I need to confess that we rehearsed this morning just to be in time. So thank you, Mukotsi, for your experience from Zimbabwe, empowering women sustainable fish farming for implementation and socioeconomic impact. Now I'm going to give the floor to Emina Karalik from Shark Lab in the Adriatico, from the Research Center on Rehabilitation Clinics. Emina is a GEF Fonseca Fellow working on fisheries from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Emina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is this one working? Thank you so much. When we think about disappearance of shark, when we think about disappearance shark and rays, we usually think about overfishing. But there is a deeper problem. We often making conservation decisions about species we still poorly understand, or even worse, we fundamentally misunderstood. All truth, the Adriatic Sea is considered one of the best studies in Europe. Data of many sharks and rays are still limited to historical records and rare sporadic findings. 5 years ago, my husband and I dedicated to try a different approach. Not with a large budget, but with the belief that local fisheries could become part of solution. We built trust with the people to often see only as a threat to conservation, and they start bringing species to our center, sharing records, and participating in training and conservation. The results were extraordinary. We documented species that were believed to have disappeared from Adriatic, found deep-sea species for which almost no regional data existed, and established first rehabilitation clinic in the region. What official records for entire country describe through the only few or one finding, our monitoring for a single city revealed as hundreds of thousands of documented individuals. To date, we have documented and examined more than 200,000 sharks and rays from 31 species, more than a half which are highly threatened. But perhaps the most important part of this story are not the numbers or scientific papers. Perhaps is the fact that our small team, with support of local communities and very modest budget, managed to collect empirical data that large systems failed to document for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Emina, and this is a very good example from Bosnia and Herzegovina and from the Adriatic to bring in critical knowledge gaps through partnership with local fishing communities. Thank you so much. So now I'm going to give the floor to Maria Fernanda Barahona, who is a policy advocacy lead at Amazon Conservation Team and Fonseca Fellowship for the Amazonian Program from Colombia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon to everyone. So with indigenous organizations, civil society, and public institutions, we work across 8 Amazonian countries to protect the rights and territories of isolated indigenous peoples. Their autonomous decisions to refuse any contact with our society requires specific measures, policies, and strategies to prevent the terrible consequences of an undesired contact. So as someone of you don't know, in the earth, we still have indigenous people that didn't have any contact with us. So our work is to keep it that way. So spatial analyses have shown that in the Amazon biome, we have 128 indigenous isolated people to confirm. Only 60 of them has been confirmed, and most importantly, they are covering around 45 million hectares of some of the most ecologically intact territories in South America. However, only 32% of these people have their territories formally recognized by the states, and only half of their territories lack for effective protection. Through collaboration with indigenous territories and local authorities, our work is focused on their recognition in these 8 Amazonian countries, but most importantly, it is focused on manage the organization of land in the Amazonia, considering these people, because of course they cannot be here putting their voice. We worked with local indigenous communities so we can protect them and include the traditional information and ancestral tie that they have with these tribes. So we can include that in land management. And also we have very strong scientific basis that include history and anthropology, ethnoanthropology, so we can confirm that, because as you may be thinking, how you confirm an indigenous people's tribe if you cannot contact them is quite a challenge. So this is our work, this is what we do, and I love my job.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria Fernanda, and thank you for sharing your experience from the Amazon countries trying to guarantee the rights of isolated indigenous people at the core of the Amazon land use planning. So thank you for our 4 speakers, Richard, Muketsi, Emina, and Maria Fernanda, to share the community innovation experiences in this session too. Thank you so much for everybody, and Gabriel, please.
Since we are fewer people here, maybe we should clap a little bit louder so they really can feel like they got all of it, yeah? Well, I love the enthusiasm, and thank you all for this great session, and the enthusiasm is, I think, what is going to drive everything forward. But I think we all are getting maybe ready for a little closing, and I know that it's going to be super hard for anyone that is going to do it to cover and reflect on everything. But let me now take this opportunity to welcome back Faisal Parish, the chair of the CSO network, and Adriana Moreira, the lead of the GEF partnership division, to also provide a little bit of reflection and maybe looking a little bit at ideas of moving forward. With that, and before they come here, just so I don't forget, again, this will be recorded, and I also want to take the opportunity to, I think you could do that, yes. Well, thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much. All good things must come to a close, but this is not a close. This should be an opening. So we're opening the next chapter in civil society engagement in safeguarding the global environment. And first of all, I'd like to invite Adriana Moreira, so the head of the partnership branch of the Global Environment Facility, who's been observing and all afternoon and drawing in and drawing upon all of the great sharing that we've had today, and to ask her to make some reflections on the meeting, how the meeting have gone. Adriana.
Can you hear me well? Thank you so much, Faisal. I have some notes here.
but you know, people that know me, I don't follow them. I think, you know, I come from civil society, and I want to speak from my heart, you know. I was there when the GEF was born. I like to say to people that the GEF is carioca, okay? Because that's how we call the people that are born in the city, the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. And to me, is really emotional. When I come here, how many years later? Rio was 92. 34, oh my God. I'm gonna put my glasses. So, 34 years later, and we are here in this amazing, historic place, in the heart of the Silk Road. I want to thank really much. I was back, you know, hospitality, and there's amazements that we are seeing around. And the GEF was born there. Today I have this amazing privilege to lead the engagement with civil society, women, and youth, and indigenous peoples, local communities, people with disabilities, the whole job of making the GEF ever more inclusive. And what we had today is coming, as my friend Faisal is saying, this is not a closing. We actually, in a very important moment here, as we have this incredible opportunity to start a new cycle of the GEF. And this carioca baby that I saw 92 years ago, 34 years ago in Rio 92, I'm not that old, people. My mom is. But it's has grown a lot. And one thing that I learned here today, and I listen a lot, you know, and all these voices, and one of the things that is showing every GEF cycle that we strive for improvements is that we hear you, we are hearing, we are listening. But it's active listening, because we actually are responding. So when people ask for access, okay, and I heard the word access here many times today, we have some incredible dedicated programs, like XGP, for example, is the oldest kid there, but we have now the incredible task of having a quadrupled in resources dedicated window to indigenous peoples, local communities. We call this direct access because the same way that governments, and the GEF is a big partnership, the same way governments access the GEF is the same way these dedicated windows work. Okay, so this is something that we apply the same strategy through our implementing agencies. But we can do more. We always can do more. So on capacity, I think that's another word I heard a lot. And to me, there is so much capacity in this room. You know, we heard today, 2 minutes for me is too little, but amazing experiences, amazing success stories, and really people doing these amazing transformations on the ground. And I think that's another important element that we need, and we're doing it, not only scale up, but also mainstream. And that's what this new target of the GEF of 20% for indigenous peoples, and I love someone that mentioned here, is at least 20%, okay? Is at least, because our compromise is to do more than that. And we're gonna do it because this is across the GEF partnership. So it's across the portfolio. It's not a dedicated window. It's in all the GEF trust funds. The GEF original trust fund, the old guy that was born in Rio, not so old, no, he's still considered youth. 34 is youth, guys, or not? Should we get it at 32? Where is Heitor? So the GEF Trust Fund, the GBFF, the LDCF, SSCF fund, so all of them are aligned with the same target of 20%. This is a major victory that came from you. That's an evidence that we are listening, okay? A recent study from the IAO, and I always, you guys ask for evidence today. We have evidence. So I want really for you to take a look at this whenever you can. It's all in this, hundreds of things that we post online. Actually, I think the GEF is one of the most transparent institutions that I have worked for. And I have worked for the World Bank for a long time, and I have established NGOs, so I think we put things online. Sometimes they're hard to read because they have all this lingo, but the data is there. And we can show you in another occasion. But we are measuring one of the concrete actions, and I love what Cam said today. We need to measure to get accountability. Another thing that I want you guys to take a look is the new results framework for the GEF9, where we are measuring women leadership in projects. We have a whole set of new socioeconomic indicators related exactly to the primary focus of this discussion today. We have new indicators for indigenous territories and communal territories. For the first time, we used to have this all inserted in the general definition of protected areas, but now we are recognizing upfront the contribution of the indigenous peoples and local communities in maintaining these very large territories. So they're going to show up in the GEF indicators. Because when we put this in the documents, and we're doing this even to the forms that the governments and agencies use to prepare projects, they have to tick the boxes, put budget lines. So that's where we're getting this measurement and this accountability. Okay, you're working with indigenous peoples. You check the box. How much budget is going to them? Okay? How they have been involved in the preparation. How they have been involved in the design of the project. So these questions are now part of the templates. So that, again, we are listening, and this is being transformed into action within our different forms of action. And we're measuring. But we can do better. We can always do better. And that's the partnership that we have here, because as our friends, and I really want to recognize the CSO network and the IPAG, because they have been our trusted allies in this process. For the first time, we had an IPAG represented as part of the GEF replenishment process. We have worked 1.5 years in that together, Faisal. And Aliu, where is Aliu? Aliu over there. And these changes are coming from them, okay? From their steady work. This is voluntary work, and I want to recognize the voluntary work. You all here on a voluntary basis. You serve the Secretariat on a voluntary basis, and we are highly indebted to you. And this is our gratitude for all the work you put in this, the heart you have here, because you help us transform this into action and into this return on your time investment, your work investment in this. So, you know, I'm already speaking too much, I'm sorry about that. But to me, people are in the center of what we do. We don't have more only meetings with the CSO network and IPEG previous to council. We now meet maybe too much, but you know, more than I would say once a month or more. We meet on a regular basis. So my message to you here after this amazing afternoon is that this is a constant dialogue. Let's use these channels. We have, and the recognition of the importance of this relationship, I think it's also been in the restructure of the GEF. The GEF has been restructured, and one is the divisions, the division I represent with my beautiful team, and I'm very grateful to Gabriela, you know her, but I don't know, Ushua is around. Ushua is our youth focal point. We have an indigenous person focal point. You guys know Tanya, she's elsewhere. We have Verona, our gender specialist. We are a group of 5 women, together with our Charles, for some gender balance, okay? We need some gender balance somehow. So, yeah, but this is, you guys are our partners and allies to mainstream this work within the Secretariat, within all members of the GEF partnership, the governments, the council. Council has been also really, really a big ally of this. We're going to, under this very difficult context, we have a substantial replenishment. We could do better, but we have a substantial replenishment. And I want to say, you know, the percentage for the small grants program, our flagship, has increased. We just have less money. So, you know, we can keep pushing. Let's see, the end is not there yet. We're gonna move from this 3.9 billion, I'm sure. So, but in closing, I wanna say, good is better, okay? I love this quote. Transformative change doesn't happen overnight. Whoever works in civil society knows that, okay? Transformative change is only by incremental, continuous effort, building up together. And the other word for me that is very important is that together we can move into action and make GEF 9 the yet most inclusive GEF cycle. I truly believe on that, and as I said, this is not a closing. My friend Faisal said that, and I totally agree with you, because we want to strive for more inclusiveness. There are lots of hurdles, there are lots of barriers, there are lots of things that we can always say, this is not working, that's not working, but better is good, and we're doing better. We're going to do better together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Adriana.
I got to speak again to take people? So, because I need to do final thanks here.
Yeah, I'll give you. Okay. Thank you very much, Adriana, for those inspiring words and reflecting on the days. I have 100 pages of notes, and I'm meant to give a summary. So luckily, we have the room for another 3 hours. So I'll just be very brief, if I can. So I just want to highlight a few points from the afternoon. It's really been an inspiring afternoon, a great sharing afternoon. We started the afternoon off with our CEO of the GEF, highlighting that civil society has always been a core partner of the GEF, and in GEF 9, a whole of society will be mainstream into all programs and projects. And that is a major step forward, and we have to work together, all of us have to work together to turn that into reality. Sometimes words are easy, but implementation is harder. Let's all work towards that. And I think the breakthrough moment has come when the allocation or target of 20% to civil society was highlighted. And I think we also have to realize we're not starting from zero. We are drawing on the best practice. We've seen some today. We even heard in the remarks of His Excellency Azid Abdulharimov this morning, the advisor to the president, that Uzbekistan is ahead of some of the other countries that we are in that Article 49 of the Constitution of Uzbekistan says every person has a right to live in a healthy environment and receive reliable information on its condition. I mean, we all love that to be in the constitution of our countries. Let us look at how we could move towards that or promote that good model. In the first panel we had today, we learned about the experience and challenge and what needed to be done from different key perspectives, from the perspective of ICI, building on the process and what barriers are still faced, and the successes that have also been done, brought together by different partners. In the second panel, we talked about moving towards translating that into action on the ground. And we learned from Arturo on the panel that if we want to move forward, we have to reject or leave behind some of the baggage. We should not be talking about civil society as an object or beneficiary. We have to change our mindset and those around, including the government, to be thinking of them as actors, as rights holders, as partners, that we have to move to that partnership approach and not thinking in the way of the past. The only path to the future, he said, is collaboration. Not to ask for another piece of pie, but change the recipe of that pie. Maybe it's one that's growing bigger pie that we can all share in. And I think we have to think out of the box if we're going to move forward and move up to another level. Business as usual, not going to do it. I think we have also heard key ways forward, and a lot of progress has been made in the area of gender action policy, gender strategy, and many of those lessons learned we can apply to other stakeholder groups, whether it's civil society, CSOs or youth and so on. We need to draw on that. And we heard from Hoda the practical example of turning those policy strategy program into operational business at the country level. And she called on us to, as civil society, to call on our respective governments and to dialogue and engage with them. Sometimes we are also sitting in we say integrated approach, but we sit in our own bubble, our own silo. The women here and the youth here and the indigenous people there, and then we say, oh, the other people are not doing the thing. We are one family. We have one planet. We need to live and work together. So I have many more pages, but I'm just going to turn it into one word that I hope people can remember as the way forward and coming out of this. So that one word is justice. And just explain what justice is for those who are not aware. J is for justice and equity, which is an essential element for fair and inclusive approach for all of our work and future. U is for understanding the root causes and drivers, understanding that we need to work together, and the only way we will succeed in overcoming challenges working together. S is for scaling up resources. We need resources, not just money. We need some other ingredients in the pie as well. We need knowledge, we need information and how to work together for solutions. S also is dealing with socio-economic benefits. GEF in the past have talked about socio-economic benefit, oh, they're a co-benefit. Our main purpose is global environment benefit. No, for the future, socio-economic benefits are not co-benefit. They are core benefit. If we do not really understand that we have to create a better life, a better future for all the people on the planet, and we can't just say, well, we like the birds and you have to die or your children have to die. It has to be together. And only if we take that inclusive approach, understanding approach, think about health, think about welfare, think about altogether that socioeconomic core benefit, the community, the people, they will create our global, will preserve our environment. They will bring back those global environment benefits. T is for traditional knowledge and stewardship. The indigenous people of this planet are the saviors of vast portion of the planet. And if we look at them and we look at GEF's investment in supporting indigenous people, you can't believe the outcome and the results of the little 1 million here or there come with 1 million hectares of forest protected, all of this restored, compared, I'm sorry to say, with some of the other investment that generate a pile of books and reports and some training materials, and indigenous people and community are really able to do it. I is for inclusion of all stakeholders, indigenous people, local community, women, youth, civil society, and everyone else. And finally, C, civil society empowerment and partnership, recognizing their right holders. And last but not least, let's not forget E for the earth, for our mother. To be frank, even though mother loves her children, the earth does not need us. We need our mother. We need the earth. So let us, all of us, rededicate ourselves to the restoration of the planet and to serve and love our mother and convince everyone else in this room, beyond this room, in the assembly, back in our home countries, now and forever, that we have to serve and work to preserve the earth. Thank you very much. And finally, the last word.
Faisal, you are a poet. I haven't seen this side of you. Amazing. Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to really send a very heartfelt thank you. Muito obrigada, no, as a Brazilian, to you first for being here for these 3 hours today with us. I want to make special thanks to all speakers and moderators, all civil society representatives, all of you that are here participating, the organizers, the interpreters, the team, the people that help us with the PowerPoint, the volunteers and the staff here, you know, that this beautiful place, our host country and the partners here. My very special thanks to our allies, our partners. It's our extended team, actually, for the Partnerships Division. We are the smallest division in the GEF, so we work so much with these guys, the GEF CSO Network and IPEG. Special thanks to the Secretariat, big thanks to Gabriela, and thanks to my team, to the brave GEF partnership team. And again, thank you for your energy, for your participation, and for putting your hearts into this. We hear you, we respect, and we are in awe of what you do. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. This was great, huh?
Yep.
Really good. Very positive.
Should we have a photo
Thank you. I want to have a shot too. You like a
Can we have a
diva.
photo? Who wants a photo? Come on.
Photo.
I was like, really,
Whoever wants a photo, come up here, we take a photo.